Diary of a Wimpy Kid, The Ugly Truth, by Jeff Kinney. Narrated by Ramon de Ocampo.
September. Thursday. It's been almost 2.5 weeks since me and my ex-best friend, Rowley Jefferson, had our big fight. To be honest with you, I thought he would have come crawling back to me by now, but for some reason, that hasn't happened. I'm actually starting to get a little concerned, because school starts back up in a few days, and if we're going to get this friendship back on track, something needs to happen quick. If me and Rowley really are through, that would stink, because the two of us had a pretty good thing going. Like how he'd pull me up the hill while I sat on my skateboard drinking a soda. Now that our friendship is history, I'm in the market for a new best friend. The problem is, I invested all my time in Rowley, and I don't have anyone lined up to take his place. The two best options I have at this point are Christopher Brownfield and Tyson Sanders. But each of those guys has his own issues. I hung out with Christopher for the last few weeks of the summer, mostly because he's a really excellent mosquito magnet. But Christopher is more of a summertime friend than a school year friend. Tyson is nice enough, and we like the same video games, but he pulls his pants all the way down when he uses the urinal, and I don't know if I can ever get past that. The only other kid my age who's not paired up with someone is Fregley, but I ruled him out as best friend material a long time ago, when he said, "I'll bet I can fit your whole foot in my mouth." Anyway, I'm still keeping the door open to crack for Rowley, just in case. But if he wants to save this friendship, he'd better do something fast. Because the way things stand, he's not going to come out looking very good in my autobiography. Greg Heffley, A Life, by Greg Heffley. When you turn to Chapter 8, Childhood, it would start with, "I used to live near this kid. I think his name was Rupert, or Roger, or something. With my luck, though, I'll go on to be rich and famous, and Rowley will still find a way to ride my coattails. Like maybe writing his own autobiography, called I Used to Be Friends with Greg Heffley, by Rowley Jefferson, or something like that. Saturday. The reason I don't see things changing between me and Rowley is because he's already found himself a replacement friend. Or to be more accurate, his parents did. For the past few weeks, Rowley's been hanging out with this teenager named Brian. Whenever I go by Rowley's house, he's out in his front yard throwing a football or a frisbee with a guy who looks like he's in high school or college. Well, I did some poking around and found out that this Brian guy isn't just some normal kid from the neighborhood. He's part of a company called Cool Brian, which is sort of like a big brother for hire kind of thing. In fact, I'd be willing to bet money this guy's name isn't even really Brian. I mean, he drives a van that says, Cool Brian, Wholesome Mentors for Growing Boys. Call 555-6739. Who does that? Mom said she thinks the Cool Brian thing is a great idea because it gives kids a role model they can look up to. That makes me kind of mad because the way I see it, I'm Rowley's role model. I mean, who else would teach Rowley how to set up a tripwire for his parents when they're getting the mail? Good times. And now Rowley's parents are paying some guy to do what I've been doing all these years for free. The thing that really burns me is that Rowley probably doesn't even know his parents are paying this guy to spend time with him. And I don't think it would bother Rowley if he did know the truth. Today, I saw Rowley hanging out with a different Cool Brian. So Rowley's regular guy must have had the day off. But I could tell Rowley didn't even notice. Tuesday. Today was the first day of school. I don't want to jinx things, but it's looking like this could be a great year for me. In homeroom, we got our textbooks for the semester. My school can't afford to get new books every year, so we usually get hand-me-downs. But when you get a book that 10 kids had before you, it makes it kind of hard to do any actual learning. There's more doodles than words on every page. Usually, I have really bad luck when it comes to previous book owners. Last year, I got a math book that had belonged to Brian Goot. And that didn't exactly up my cool factor in the hallways, 'cause Brian is a notorious nerd. But this year, I totally lucked out. When I got my math book, I found out it used to belong to Jordan Jury. Jordan Jury is the most popular kid in the grade above me, so carrying his textbook around should translate into some major popularity points. One reason Jordan is so popular is because he always has these big blowout parties, and it's really hard to get invited. But I figure this algebra book could be just the thing I need to get on his radar. Speaking of popular kids, I sat near Bryce Anderson and his group of friends at lunch today. Bryce is basically the Jordan Jury of my grade, and he's got a bunch of cronies who are always going along with everything he says. And those guys are loyal to Bryce no matter how dumb he makes them look. See, Bryce Anderson has the right idea. He doesn't actually need a best friend, because he's got a bunch of lackeys who basically worship him. The reason me and Rowley didn't make it is because we were equal partners in our friendship, and I don't think that kind of model has a chance of working out. Friday. At school today, I heard Rowley tell some kid he was going to a rock concert tonight. I admit I was a little jealous, since I've never been to a real concert myself. But when I found out Rowley was going to see this guy named Joshy who all the girls scream for, I was glad I wasn't invited. Rowley's going to be the only guy there. Still, it kind of irks me that Rowley is having more fun than I am. In fact, it seems like everyone is having more fun than me these days. There are some kids in my grade who post their pictures online. And from the look of things, they're all having a way better time than I am. At cheerleading camp, hanging out with their friends, eating ice cream, singing karaoke to their stuffed bears. I don't want people thinking my life is lame. So I decided to take some pictures to show how great things are going for me. All you really need is a digital camera and a photo editing program, and you can make it look like you're having a total blast. I stuck my picture in all these cool places, like watching beach volleyball, line dancing, pillow fighting with the girls, and inner tubing with cool people. Tonight, I was right in the middle of creating a wild New Year's Eve party scene when I got busted by Mom. Oh well. Mom won't let me post photos on the computer anyway, because of privacy and all that. Or maybe it's because she learned her lesson after letting my older brother Roderick post his pictures, mostly with his band, Loaded Diaper. Roderick's been trying to get a job so he can buy a new drum set, but nobody will hire him. Mom told him that nowadays employers look up the people they're thinking of hiring and that his pictures are probably hurting his chances. So Roderick replaced his band pictures with one where he's looking serious, wearing glasses, and reading an encyclopedia. I don't think it's going to work. Wednesday. This year, everyone in my grade has to take advanced health, which covers some top-secret stuff that I guess they didn't think we were ready for until now. In the first few classes, the boys and girls were mixed together, but today, Nurse Powell said she was going to split us up. She sent the girls down to Mrs. Gordon's room, and then she put in a video for us boys to watch. From what I could tell, the video was at least 30 years old, so I'm sure Dad watched the same exact tape when he was my age. It was called Say Hello to the Brand New You, Boys Edition. I'm not going to describe everything that they showed in the video, because it was actually pretty disgusting. If you ask me, some of that stuff doesn't really belong in a classroom. Rowley didn't even make it through the whole video. He passed out at the 2-minute mark when they said the word perspiration. To be honest with you, I don't know if Rowley's ready for this stuff. He's basically like a little kid. He told me once that he avoids the older kids at school because he's afraid he's gonna catch puberty. In fact, now that I think about it, I haven't seen Cool Brian for a while, so I wonder if Rowley's avoiding him, too, because he thinks he's contagious. The same kind of thing happened in last year's health class when they did a smoking unit. The teacher said that you never know who's going to offer you a cigarette, and that it could even be your best friend. Well, after Rowley heard that, he wouldn't even walk on the same side of the street as me for a solid month. Believe me, I don't need some teacher to tell me it's not cool to smoke. My grandfather convinced me of that last year on Thanksgiving. I caught him actually standing on the toilet trying to sneak a smoke by blowing it out the vent on the ceiling. Desperation for sure. Anyway, I think Rowley's just one of those kids who are always going to be a few years behind everyone else maturity-wise. Rowley doesn't even know how to tie his shoes yet, because he's the kind of person who has Velcro everything. Last year, Rowley's mom bought him sneakers with laces, and I can't even tell you how many times I had to bail him out. I guess it probably should have been a warning sign that my best friend was impressed that I knew how to tie my own shoes. Thursday. Today I was reading the comics in the newspaper, and I saw an ad that caught my attention. It read, "Could your child be the next Peachy Breeze kid? Open tryouts at the Liberty Street Mall this Saturday." It was for Peachy Breeze ice cream, and apparently they're looking for a new spokesperson. Peachy Breeze has those commercials on TV that run non-stop, with that kid with the freckles and the high-pitched voice who says, "Peachy Breeze is peachy keen." The Peachy Breeze kid used to be kind of cute, but over the years he's gotten a little seedy looking, and he sounds a little more like, "Peachy Breeze is peachy keen." So I guess they're looking for someone to take his place. Well, I'd be perfect for the role. First of all, I love ice cream, so it wouldn't be hard for me to do the acting part. Second, I would be willing to miss a lot of school to fulfill my Peachy Breeze obligations. And they wouldn't have to worry about me getting too old for the part, because I'd take whatever I needed to take to stop growing. The only stumbling block I can see is that Dad hates the Peachy Breeze TV ads because he thinks the kid is annoying. So I don't think he'd be too thrilled if I became their new spokesperson. There's just something about that kid that gets on Dad's nerves. In fact, I think he hates the Peachy Breeze kid even more than he hates Little Cutie, which is saying something. Every time Dad sees a Peachy Breeze commercial on TV, he writes the Peachy Breeze people an angry letter saying that the ads drive him crazy and you'll never buy any of their products. A few weeks later, Dad gets a response in the mail from Peachy Breeze, and it's always the same thing. Coupons for free ice cream. It's been going on like this for years, and if something doesn't change, we're going to have to get an extra freezer to hold all of our Peachy Breeze ice cream. Saturday. I told Mom about the Peachy Breeze Kid Contest last night, and she said it seemed like an exciting opportunity. But it turns out she was thinking of my little brother Manny when she said that. In fact, this morning Mom and Manny were ready to take off for the audition without me, but I caught them just in time. Mom seemed surprised that I wanted to be the Peachy Breeze kid, and said I might be too old for the part. At first, I thought that was ridiculous, but when I saw my competition at the mall, I could kind of see where she was coming from. I was about 2 feet taller than any of them. I figured I could charm the judges and get the job anyway. Plus, I had an edge, because I was the only kid trying out who could read a cue card. There must have been 200 kids in line, and I realized that if I wanted the job, I was going to have to come up with some sort of gimmick. So I decided I'd jump up and click my heels together when I said the Peachy Breeze slogan. But when it was finally my turn to go, things didn't work out the way I'd planned. When I clicked my heels together, I sort of dropped the ice cream off my cone. Then I landed in it. Peachy Breeze is peachy. Oops. I knew my chances of getting the part weren't good when the casting people sent me out the door, without even asking my name. Next. My opportunity was slipping away, so I did what I could to improve my odds by ranking on the next kid in line, telling the casting people, I'm pretty sure the next kid in line is allergic to peaches. But it looks like the job is gonna go to a younger kid after all, which really stinks. You know, this isn't the first time I've been discriminated against because of my age either. Last October, me and Rowley heard that our local news station was going to be at the Red Apple Farm to shoot footage of kids carving pumpkins and making scarecrows and stuff like that. We knew this was our big chance to be on TV, so we plopped ourselves in front of the news camera and really hammed it up. But it took about 5 seconds for the news people to kick us out. I heard the anchor say, Hey, get those creepy kids out of there. Then they brought in some little kids to take our place, and they did the exact thing me and Rowley were doing. And I heard the anchor say, I love it, ha ha. And sure enough, those kids were on the news that night. The truth is, this kind of thing has been going on for a long time, and where it's worst is in my own family. Up until I was 8 or 9, I was the star of every family gathering. It seemed like nobody could get enough of me. All the grandmas would gather around as I sang, I'm a little teapot, short and stout. But after Manny was born, things really changed for me. Here is my handle and here is my spout. Oh, grow up. See, when you're a little kid, nobody ever warned you that you've got an expiration date. One day you're hot stuff, and the next day, you're a dirt sandwich. I guess I can understand why Roderick's always so grumpy. It's been a long time since he was the center of attention, and believe me, he's not getting any cuter. The person who's lucky is Rowley. He's an only child, so at least he doesn't have to worry about being replaced by the next kid to come along. He can sing, Just tip me over and pour me out, and his parents will forever yell, Yay! Hooray, Rowley! Monday. Tonight at dinner, Dad told us that his younger brother, Uncle Gary, got engaged to his girlfriend Sonia. I guess that's great news and all, but Uncle Gary has been married 3 times before, so this has kind of become a regular thing in our family. In fact, we don't even use growth charts at home, because we can just look at pictures from Uncle Gary's weddings to keep track of our progress. So I think everyone's a little burned out by now. When Uncle Gary got married the 3rd time, Mom didn't even bother to replace the picture of his second wedding on the mantle. She just taped a photo of the new wife's head on top of the old one. Uncle Gary's not a bad guy or anything. He just rushes into these relationships too quickly. He got engaged to his first wife, Linda, 2 months after they met, and she didn't even find out what he did for a living until their wedding day, when he showed up in a dinosaur costume saying, Sorry I'm late. The kids at the party wouldn't let me leave. And I heard Uncle Gary's second wife, Charlene, thought he had a lot of money because of a miscommunication on their second date, when she said, I've got about 30,000 in the bank, maybe 40. And he said, And I've got 45. It turns out Uncle Gary only had $45, not $45,000. But Charlene didn't find that out until it was time to pay the band at the wedding, when Uncle Gary asked, Did you happen to bring your checkbook? Dad's always saying Uncle Gary needs to grow up and stop acting like a child. But if I were Dad, I wouldn't hold my breath. Tuesday. I found out that Uncle Gary's wedding is going to be in November, and the reception will be at my great-grandmother Gammy's house, like last time. Gammy is 95 years old, but she still lives in the big house where she grew up. She's like the official head of the whole Heffley family. Gammy is one of the only people in the world who still writes letters, and when she writes you a letter, she expects you to write one back. I've tried to explain to Gammy that people my age don't know how to write letters with a stamp and a return address and all that stuff, but she doesn't want to hear it. At Uncle Gary's last wedding, Gammy handed me a starter letter, which began, "Dear Gammy," had a lot of space in the middle, and ended, "Love, Gregory," plus an envelope with her address and stamp on it so I wouldn't have any excuse not to write. But I still haven't filled it in and mailed it yet, so now every time I walk past my desk in my bedroom, I feel guilty. Gammy is always making you feel guilty. Last year at Thanksgiving, I put a whoopee cushion on her chair, and she sat on it, and it went brrrr. A few days later, everyone in the whole family got a handwritten apology letter from Gammy. It said, "Dear family, I am writing to apologize for the unfortunate incident that occurred shortly after our family concluded grace at our Thanksgiving celebration. As I have gotten older, I have found it more difficult to control my body, and I'm afraid my recent surgery may have contributed to my little slip. I hope that this unfortunate mishap does not become the lasting impression of what was otherwise a glorious and blessed occasion. Love, Gammy." Sometimes I wonder if Gammy is just messing with everyone and does this kind of thing on purpose. Last Easter, she invited the whole family to her house, but everyone had their own thing going on, and nobody went. Gammy called Dad on Easter Sunday and said she'd bought a scratch ticket and won the $10 million grand prize. Word got around the family quick, and everyone was at Gammy's house in no time flat. But it turned out the scratch ticket wasn't a winner after all. Gammy didn't seem too bothered that she wasn't a multimillionaire after all, and I have a feeling she got what she really wanted anyway. All of us coming to visit. She even made a ham in case, and I quote, "anybody stopped by." I hope I live to be 95 years old, because if I do, I guarantee you I'll be messing with people too. Like wearing my underwear on the outside of my pants, just to see if anyone notices. What makes me kind of nervous about going to Gammy's house in November is that it's time for me to get the talk. Every time someone in my family gets to be about my age, Gammy sits them down and talks to them about who knows what. I guess it's one of those elder wisdom kinds of things. The last person to get the talk from Gammy was Roderick, and now I'm next in line. I'm hoping Uncle Gary breaks off his engagement so we don't have to go down there, because the whole thing is making me a nervous wreck. Thursday. We've got a new math teacher at our school named Mrs. McElroy. She used to teach kindergarten, and I don't think she's real crazy about middle school kids. We have math right after phys ed, so by the time we get to Mrs. McElroy's room, everyone's all sweaty from exercising. Mrs. McElroy complained to the principal and said she can't teach when it smells like a monkey house in the room. So the principal said that from now on us kids have to take showers after gym. Well, I can tell you that most of the boys in my class were not on board with that decision. The only person who was okay with it was Roger Townsend, but he was held back twice, and he's practically a man anyway. So the rest of us decided we were going to have to fake it. After phys ed was over yesterday, we all took turns getting our hair wet, so it looked like we showered. I don't know if we really fooled Mrs. McElroy, but I don't think she's ever going to go into the boys' locker room and investigate. This showering situation reminds me of something that happened over the summer, when me and Rowley were still friends. I used to go up to Rowley's house just about every day, but the problem was that I had to walk past Fragley's house each time. I remembered Roderick saying that a person could make it all the way from our house to the top of the hill by crawling through the drainage pipe. I decided to see if he was right, and believe it or not, he was. It was pretty dark and nasty in that drainage pipe, but it was totally worth crawling through it to avoid Fregley. When I headed back home, I went through the drainage pipe again. But I probably should have hosed off in the front yard or something, because Mom seemed suspicious when I walked through the front door. I knew Mom would have a fit if she found out I crawled through the drainage pipe, so I didn't say anything. But Mom told me I was going to have to take a shower before dinner. When I got out of the bathroom, there was something sitting on my bed. And get this, it was wrapped up like a present. It even had a bow. But when I opened it, I found a stick of deodorant and a book called What the Heck Just Happened to My Body by Darlene Wade, Ph.D. I put the deodorant on my dresser, but I tossed the book in the trash. I'd seen that one before. Mom must have gotten the same book for Roderick when he was my age, and I found it in his junk drawer. And believe me, I do not need to see the pictures in that book a second time. And what's worse is that Mom made me the subject of her parenting column in our local paper that week. She didn't use my actual name, but I don't think it would have taken a detective to figure out who she was talking about. Puberty Can Be a Difficult Time by Susan Heffley. When a child begins to experience the changes that come with adolescence, the transformation can be uncomfortable, awkward, or even frightening. But given the right guidance, a child can learn to welcome and even celebrate the transition into adulthood. My second-born son recently began his wondrous journey into his new yada yada yada. Sunday. Tonight, Mom called a house meeting. And whenever she does that, it's never good. The last time we had a house meeting, it was so she could complain about the situation in the bathroom. She said she was tired of having to clean the floor around the toilet because of our lousy aim. I knew exactly what she was talking about, too. One time, I actually missed the bus because I used the bathroom after Manny, and I swear I was stuck to the floor. All I can say is, I'm not the one causing the problem. When Roderick uses the bathroom, half the time he doesn't even turn on the light. Mom said the new rule was that us boys were going to have to sit down every time we used the bathroom, no matter what. But none of us guys liked that idea. Roderick suggested we just buy a couple of urinals, since there are more of us than there are of her. Plus, that way, more than one person could go at the same time. But Mom said that would be tacky, and she used her veto power to shut his idea down. I thought tonight's house meeting was going to be a follow-up to the bathroom meeting, since nobody was following the sitting-down rule, and things are worse than ever. But this meeting was about something completely different. Mom told us that she was going back to school, and that she was going to start taking classes a few times a week. Well, I was totally caught off guard by this news. Mom's always there when I get home from school, and that's the way I like it. But Mom said that after all these years of staying home with us kids, she needs to do something that stimulates her mind. So she said she's going to take classes for a semester and see how it goes. I guess I can understand why Mom would want to branch out. Because if I did the kinds of things she does every day, like take Mommy and me dance class with kids and other moms, I'd probably be going bananas too. Mom said us men are going to have to make our own dinners a few nights a week and start doing chores that she usually takes care of herself. One of those chores is making lunches, and to be honest with you, I'm pretty happy that one is getting turned over to us. Mom writes a note on our lunch bags every day, and I can definitely live without that. Can you imagine the embarrassment of having scrawled on your lunch bag, "Dear Gregory, have a healthy, happy day. Love, Mom." Couldn't you just puke? Wednesday. Okay, So the first few nights with Mom away have been a disaster. We tried making dinner on our own on Monday, but none of us knew what we were doing. Manny was in charge of making the iced tea, but it was undrinkable since he stirred it with his bare hands. Roderick was in charge of cooking the roast beef, but he forgot to take the plastic wrap off before putting it in the oven, and Dad said, "Why is this meat shiny?" So we bagged the homemade meal idea and went out to eat. When we left the restaurant, Roderick spit his gum at some moths that were flying around, and he hit Dad by accident. Dad chased Roderick around the parking lot, but Roderick is actually pretty fast, and Dad couldn't catch him. Then Dad tripped over a curb and twisted his ankle. So Roderick had to drive Dad to the emergency room. When the doctor asked Dad how he hurt his ankle, Dad said he wasn't looking where he was going, and he stepped on one of Manny's trucks in the driveway. I can kind of understand why Dad didn't want to tell the truth. One time, I broke my wrist, and I told everyone I broke it in a fist fight. What really happened was that I tried to stand up after my legs fell asleep from sitting on the toilet too long. But I liked my version better. So it's only been a few days without Mom, and things are already starting to fall apart. We've got one serious injury so far, and who knows what's in store down the road. Thursday. We brought back leftovers from the spaghetti barn, and that's what we had for dinner tonight. Dad had to stay late at work, so he called Roderick and told him to warm up everyone's spaghetti in the microwave. Roderick gave me my plate first, and when he did, he said, "Careful, it's very hot." I blew on my spaghetti for a while to cool it down, but what I didn't know was that Roderick never actually heated my spaghetti in the microwave. He just pretended to. So when I bit into a meatball, it was ice cold. After that experience, I doubt I'll ever be able to eat leftovers again. And the bagged lunch thing isn't working out either. This week, Roderick was in charge of making lunches, and he wrote a note on my bag, just like Mom does. It said, "Dear Greg, make sure to change your diaper after lunch. Love, Mommy." I didn't even bother eating the sandwich, since I've never seen Roderick wash his hands even once. My chore for the week is laundry, and I can't wait until my shift is over. For the record, I think it should be illegal for a boy to have to fold his mother's underwear. Friday. One of the big changes with Mom going to school is that now Dad's in charge of helping me with my homework. No offense to Dad, but Mom is way better at homework help than he is. When Mom helps me do my homework, she basically gives me all the answers, and I'm in and out in 10 minutes. It's a whole different story with Dad. He wants to teach me how to do the work, and that's a lot more time-consuming. Plus, it's been a long time since Dad was in school, so I have to sit there and wait while he reads my textbooks and gets caught up. But math is the worst. I guess the way they teach math these days is totally different from the way they taught it when Dad was a kid. So he gets frustrated with the new rules and starts trying to teach me the way he learned it. No, no, no. You need to add the numbers in this column and carry the 4. What does carry mean? Dad also licks his finger and his thumb to make it easier for him to turn the pages, and when he does that, I try and keep track of which pages he turns so I don't touch his spit. But with all those numbers in my head, it doesn't leave a lot of room for math facts. I can tell when I've done something wrong, because Dad gets kind of frustrated with me and breathes real heavy out of his nose. Whew, whew, whew. So I've learned to put a dish towel on my arm whenever we're working on algebra. By the time it's over, 2 hours have gone by and it's time for me to go to bed. All I can say is, I hope Mom wraps up her classes pretty quick, because I'm a person who really needs his TV time at night. Monday. This math thing is becoming a problem. We have standardized testing coming up at my school, and I heard that the teachers won't get their bonuses unless we get good scores, so there's a lot of pressure on us kids, which kind of stinks. I remember back in kindergarten, math used to be really fun, because we added one chocolate chip cookie plus another chocolate chip cookie and got two chocolate chip cookies. Mrs. McElroy says that if we don't do well on the test, we'll lose our budget and music class will turn into detention, or something like that. But I don't think kids are really getting the message. A few weeks ago, we had a math quiz, and Mrs. McElroy said it was open notebook, which meant we could use our notes and textbooks to help us out. Then she left the classroom to take care of something, and the second she stepped out the door, it was total chaos. Practically everybody failed the quiz because people were using their notebook paper and books as ammunition. So, based on that episode, I don't think Mrs. McElroy had better make any big plans for how she's going to spend her bonus. October. Tuesday. Tonight, Dad walked up to me while I was sitting on the couch, and he seemed bent out of shape about something. He wanted to know why I didn't bring out the recycling bin this morning like he asked me to. I told him he must be confused, because he never said anything to me about the recycling. But he said he asked me to do it last night while I was playing video games, and to be honest with you, that did seem a little familiar. If I did forget, it wasn't my fault. I actually have a really great system for remembering things. You know how some people leave notes for themselves when they need to remember something? Well, I think that's a lot of work, and it's a waste of paper, too. So let's say I'm in bed, and Mom walks into my room and tells me I have to bring a permission slip to school in the morning. I don't get out of bed and write a note. I just throw one of my pillows across the room. Then, when I wake up in the morning and go to walk out the door, I see the pillow and think, hey, what's this pillow doing here? Then I remember, oh yeah, I have to bring a permission slip to school. See what I mean? It's totally foolproof. Now that I think of it, I did leave myself a reminder to take out the recycling. I specifically remember putting my socks on the TV before I went to bed to remind myself in the morning. And if Dad did something to mess up my system, like taking my socks off the television, he's only got himself to blame. But Dad wouldn't let it go. He said now that I'm getting older, I need to start being more responsible. I've heard this sort of thing from Dad before. The last few weeks of the summer, our neighbor, Ms. Grove, hired me to take care of her plants while she was on a business trip. Well, I did it for the first few days, and then I guess you could say I got busy with other things. When Dad asked me how the plants were doing, I realized I hadn't been over there in at least a week. I went to grab Ms. Grove's key so I could water her plants, but the key wasn't in its usual spot. I practically turned our house upside down looking for that key, but I couldn't find it. It turns out the reason I couldn't find the key was because it wasn't in our house. I'd left it at Ms. Grove's, and she found it when she got back from her trip. Sticking right in the doorknob. Ms. Grove was pretty mad that her key was in the front door, but the way I see it, she should have been happy nobody robbed her house. She was mad about her plants, too, because unfortunately, most of them didn't make it. I suggested that maybe she should buy a cactus or another plant that doesn't need a lot of water to survive. That way, everything would be fine if I lost her key the next time she went on a business trip. But Ms. Grove said she wouldn't hire me again even if her life depended on it. Then she sent me home without paying, which stinks because I really did spend a lot of time looking for that key. Anyway, I think that episode is still fresh in Dad's mind, and that's why I'm hearing this responsibility thing again. Hopefully, Dad will leave my socks on the television next time around, and things won't get to this point. Thursday. Well, Dad is really serious about me taking on more responsibility, and the first thing he wants me to do is start waking myself up in the morning. That's actually a real problem, because I depend on him to wake me up. He stands at the foot of my bed clapping his hands at 7:30 in the morning, saying, "Hup, hup, hup, Let's go, let's go. That's the way we've been doing it for years, and I really don't see any reason to change things now. Dad said that if I didn't learn how to wake myself up with an alarm clock, then I'm not going to know how to do it when I go off to college. But I always figured that would be the way me and Dad would stay in touch. He would call me on my cell phone every morning to wake me up. Hello? Hop, hop, hop. Let's go, let's go. Yesterday was the first day I tried to wake myself up, and it didn't work out so well. My alarm went off and all, but the sound just worked its way into my dream. A cute little bunny that went meep, meep, meep. And today didn't go any better. I set my alarm to radio and tuned it to a classical music station because I didn't want to hear that annoying beep first thing in the morning. But the music didn't wake me up either. I just kept right on dreaming. The problem is, without an actual human being waking me up, my brain is always going to find some excuse to keep sleeping. But I think I might have figured out a solution to this alarm clock situation. I found one of those old-style wind-up clocks in the storage room today, and those clocks make a huge racket when they go off. I tested it out to see if it still worked, and sure enough, it did. I don't think anyone could sleep through a noise like that. The only problem is that the clock doesn't have a snooze bar. So I'm worried I'll shut it off and fall back asleep. So tonight, I hid the clock under my bed. This way, when the alarm goes off, I'll have to get up to find the clock, and then I'll be up for the day. Friday. It turns out the new alarm clock caused some new problems. With that wind-up clock ticking under my bed, I felt like I was sleeping on top of a bomb that was about to go off, so the stress kept me awake half the night. Tick, 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 tick. I sleepwalked through my day at school, which was fine until we had an assembly. We were lined up to go into the auditorium, and I was leaning against the wall. But I must have fallen asleep for half a second, because my hand slipped and I accidentally set off the fire alarm. The whole school had to evacuate, and 3 minutes later, there were a bunch of fire trucks out front. After they found out there was no fire, they let everyone back into the school. The principal got on the loudspeaker and said that whoever set off the alarm was going to be suspended and that they should turn themselves in. I don't know much, but what I do know is that you shouldn't announce what the punishment is going to be before you ask people to turn themselves in. So I decided it would be smart to keep quiet and let this all blow over. After third period, a rumor started going around school that the fire alarm squirts out invisible liquid when you pull the handle, and that the teachers had some sort of special X-ray wand they could use to see the liquid on somebody's hand. So it was only a matter of time before they found the culprit. Then everyone started wondering if it was the teachers who started the rumor, and it was just a trick to see which kid would go to the bathroom first to wash his hands. So that got everyone really paranoid. Then nobody would go to the bathroom, and everyone who actually needed to go decided to just hold it until the end of the day, sweating it out, tapping their feet, and crossing their legs in agony. The principal eventually had to shut the school down early because nobody was washing their hands, and we're right in the middle of flu season. Mom was off at the library studying, so I had to call Dad at work and ask him to come pick me up from school early, and he didn't seem too happy about it. But if he didn't make me wake myself up, none of this would have even happened. Wednesday. They're starting a new unit in our health class called The Facts of Life, and apparently it covers all the stuff they've been dancing around for the past couple of months. They sent permission slips home, and if you don't get yours signed, you're not allowed to even be in the classroom for the rest of the semester. I really don't like this permission slip thing. Mom only lets me watch G-rated movies, so I know there's no way she'll let me be in the class. To get around that problem, I typed up a fake note and taped it on top of the actual permission slip, It read, "I give my child permission to do extra homework. Parent to sign below." Mom took one look and said, "Now that's an easy decision," and signed away. I'm actually glad they're doing this Facts of Life unit, because I have a lot of questions about this stuff, and I don't have a reliable way of getting answers. Just about everything I know in this department comes from Albert Sandy, and I'm starting to wonder if he's been feeding me bad information. Like last week, he told everyone at the lunch table that it's medically impossible for a girl to fart. Well, I know that's not true because of the time Mom hugged Aunt Dorothy on Christmas Eve. A toot heard around the world. Anyway, today was the first day of the Facts of Life unit, and sure enough, Nurse Powell sent the kids whose parents wouldn't sign their permission slips down to the library to be special helpers for the day. The rest of us were pretty excited, because we couldn't wait to hear all the juicy stuff Nurse Powell was about to tell us. But it didn't go the way I expected at all. Nurse Powell put some charts up on the easel and started talking about zygotes and chromosomes and a whole bunch of other scientific nonsense. I kept waiting for her to tell us this was all a big joke and then get to the good stuff. But it never happened. So I'm guessing the school is just trying to confuse us to make us lose interest. Anyway, if the school is trying to confuse us, they're doing a pretty good job. At lunch, we tried to explain what we learned in the Facts of Life unit to the kids who didn't get their permission slips signed, and we couldn't agree on a single thing. Saturday. Another thing Dad's in charge of now that Mom's back in school is taking us kids to our dentist appointments. Most kids don't like going to the dentist, but I actually look forward to it. I've been going to the same dentist since I was 2 years old, and they are totally my type of operation. Their sign actually reads, "Tender Hugs Pediatric Dental Care. We cater to cowards." Tall Pines Shopping Mall. But the main reason I like going to the dentist is because I am totally in love with the hygienist who works there, Rachel. Rachel always lectures me about brushing and flossing and all that, but she's so cute that it's hard to take her seriously. When she'd say, "Your gums are in very bad shape. You're going to need to floss every day from now on," I'd just say, "Okay." Mom's always getting after me about flossing, too. She says that if I don't take better care of my teeth, I'm going to end up with dentures before I go to college. I've been thinking about that, and maybe false teeth wouldn't be such a bad thing. If I had dentures, I could have someone else take care of my teeth, like my mom, and I could spend the extra time doing something I actually enjoy. The only problem with being in love with your hygienist is that you only get to see her every 6 months when you get your teeth cleaned, so I have to make the most of every visit. The last time I had an appointment, I looked Rachel in the eye the whole time she cleaned my teeth, so she could see I was definitely interested. This morning, I actually went out and bought some cologne to make an extra good impression on her. So when Dad told me to get in the car, I was ready. But Dad drove right past my dentist's office and got on the highway. I told him that he had missed the turn and that Tender Hugs Dental Care was back the other way. But Dad said, I'm too old to keep going to a kid's dentist. So starting today, he was switching me over to his dentist, Dr. Kagan. I got a chill up my spine when he said that name. I've seen Dr. Kagan's billboards on the highway, and I get the impression he has a totally different approach than Tender Hugs. His signs say, Dr. Salazar Kagan, Oral Surgery and General Dentistry, Root Canals, Abscess Drainage, Bone Grafting. And a quote, because bad oral health is nothing to smile about. I tried to get Dad to change his mind, but he said he already did the paperwork to switch me over and there was no turning back. I thought about making a run for it, But Dad must have known what I was thinking, because he locked the car doors. Dr. Kagan's office was even scarier than I pictured it. He didn't have any coloring books or toys or the kinds of things they have in the tender hugs waiting room. He had all these posters of ugly teeth and hideous mouths full of gum disease that said, "You'd better hope you flossed," and "Gum disease, it's probably already too late." I couldn't stop shuddering. Dr. Kagan was waiting for me in his office, and all his sharp metal instruments and drills were right out in the open for me to see when I walked in. So I could tell this guy wasn't fooling around. After I sat down in the chair, Dr. Kagan started grilling me about my eating and drinking habits. He actually got mad when I told him I drink soda, and he went in the side room and brought out a jar filled with brown liquid that had a rotten tooth in it. He told me this is what happened to a real tooth when it was left in a jar of soda for 24 hours. I told Dr. Kagan I would make sure I never left my teeth in a jar of soda overnight. I'm pretty sure he thought I was being sarcastic, but I was just trying to show him I was paying attention. Then, he cleaned my teeth. I started to panic, because if there's one person you don't want to be mad at you, it's the guy who's got metal tools poking around in your mouth. At one point, Dr. Kagan started doing x-rays. He put a piece of plastic between my teeth and told me to bite down. Then he took an x-ray and got the next piece of plastic ready. After 2 or 3 x-rays, I started to get the hang of it. And so when Dr. Kagan did my molars, I bit down on the plastic before he even told me to. At least I thought it was the plastic. It turns out it was actually Dr. Kagan's finger, and he screamed, "Aye!" as I chomped down. Well, if he was mad before, it was nothing compared to this. Dr. Kagan told me to go out to the waiting room while he worked on my diagnosis. I was pretty sure he was going to come back and tell Dad I needed to get a root canal or something, so he could get even with me. But Dr. Kagan actually did something even worse. He told Dad I needed to take major corrective measures for my overbite, and he gave Dad a pamphlet that read, "Your child needs headgear." Dr. Kagan said I would need to wear my headgear at all times, especially during the day when I'm at school. So obviously, he's trying to ruin my social life. Monday. When I woke up this morning, I couldn't find my headgear where I left it, so I had to go to school without it. Not that I'm complaining or anything. In health class, Nurse Powell told us we were going to be starting a new unit about parenting. She said that being a mother or a father is a big responsibility, and that in this unit, we were going to learn that taking care of a baby is no piece of cake. Then she took out a carton of eggs. She said each one of us was going to have to take our egg home and return it to class the next day. And the rule was that we had to return our egg to her in perfect shape, with no cracks in it or anything. Now, I don't know what a chicken egg has to do with a baby, but this is one of those situations that make me wonder if I'd be getting a better education if Mom and Dad switched me over to private school. Then Nurse Powell said this egg thing was going to count for 25% of our grade. Well, when Nurse Powell mentioned grades, I got really nervous. I'm already failing algebra, and I don't need to flunk out of health, too. So I knew I was going to have to keep my eggs safe. The other boys didn't seem too worried about their grades, judging by what happened after class let out. They had a big egg fight. I heard it took the janitor all afternoon to scrub the yolks off the lockers. The only boy besides me who didn't break his egg right away was Rowley, who tucked it in his shirt pocket and said, "Come along, Rowley Jr." I didn't have a shirt pocket or anywhere safe to put my egg, so I needed to figure out something quick. I ended up getting a huge wad of toilet paper from the bathroom and stuffing it into my backpack for cushioning. I had to take some of my books out so they wouldn't crush the egg, so I guess that means I won't be doing my history homework tonight. I'm nervous around eggs anyway, because of an incident that happened last year. My family got invited to the Snella's house for another one of their kids' half-birthday parties. The Snellas had a table set up with all sorts of food, and most of it looked too fancy for me. But I knew Mom would think it was rude if I didn't put something on my plate. The only thing I could actually recognize was the deviled eggs, because I had them at Grandma's house a couple of times. I put about 10 of them on my plate, but when I bit into one, I gagged. The deviled eggs at the Snella's house didn't taste anything like the ones Grandma makes, and now I had a whole plate full of them. So I waited until no one was looking, and then I dumped all the deviled eggs in this plastic plant in the dining room. I got away with it, but a few weeks later, Mrs. Snella told Mom there was a really bad smell in their house and they couldn't figure out where it was coming from. At first, Mr. and Mrs. Snella thought the smell was coming from the carpet, so they hired a cleaner to come shampoo the rug. But that didn't solve the problem, and they thought maybe a squirrel or a mouse died in their walls, so they had a carpenter come in to try to find it. After a few weeks, I guess they couldn't take the smell anymore, so they moved out. And I have to admit, I felt a little bit guilty when I saw they were taking their plastic plant with them. Ever since, I've been trying to figure out how to sneak some deviled eggs into Fregley's house. Tuesday. Yesterday, when I got home, I put my egg in my sock drawer, but then I realized it wouldn't be safe in there. Whenever I have something new, Manny finds a way to get to it and wreck it. In fact, it only took a day and a half for Manny to find my headgear. And I don't care what Dr. Kagan says, there's no way I'm putting that thing in my mouth again. I thought about hiding the egg at the top of my closet, but that wouldn't stop Manny. I hid some comic books up there once, but that boy can climb like a monkey. What I realized is that the more I put into hiding something, the better chance Manny has of finding it. So I decided to hide my egg in an obvious spot where he would never think to look. I put it in the refrigerator on the second shelf. But this morning, I opened the refrigerator to get my egg, and it wasn't where I left it. I went into a panic, and I asked Mom if she'd seen Manny take my egg out of the refrigerator. But Mom said she was the one who took it, and that's what she was making me for breakfast. All of a sudden, I felt a little sick to my stomach. I realized that if I couldn't even take care of an egg for 24 hours, I definitely have no business ever being a parent. When I got to school, I noticed that all the girls in my health class had gotten their eggs to school safely. Some of the girls were carrying theirs around in little pouches they'd sewn, and a few of them had even accessorized their eggs with sparkles and glitter and stuff like that. I'm pretty sure the point of the lesson was to teach us how hard it is to take care of a baby, so I don't think the girls were really getting the message. I was thinking about swiping Rowley's egg when he wasn't looking and passing it off as my own, but he had drawn all over his in crayon, "I am Rowley Jr." So that wasn't an option. When Nurse Powell came to my desk, I pulled out the plastic baggie that had my scrambled egg in it, but she didn't seem too impressed. "Can I at least get partial credit?" I asked. So I guess that means I'm probably going to be in summer school to repeat health class. Nurse Powell congratulated everyone who kept their eggs in perfect condition overnight. Then she collected all the eggs and threw them in the trash. Well, that sent Rowley and the girls into hysterics. All I can say is, this whole episode has got me seriously concerned about the next generation of parents in our country. Friday. This afternoon there was a knock on the door, and when I opened it, I was pretty surprised to see Grandpa standing there. I was kind of confused, because he had his overnight bag with him. But when I turned around and saw Mom and Dad with their luggage, I figured out what was going on. Mom and Dad said they haven't gotten to spend a lot of time together lately, so they decided to go on a romantic weekend getaway. They asked Grandpa to come by and watch us while they were gone. I wish they didn't have to go and throw the word romantic in there, because that part was definitely too much information for me. Mom and Dad don't trust me and Roderick to be home alone, because the last time they left us on our own, Roderick had a huge party. Whenever Mom and Dad go away, they usually leave us with Grandma, but Grandma's on a cruise with her friends, so that's why we got stuck with Grandpa. Mom and Dad don't give us any advance warning when they go away. For their anniversary, we didn't even know they were gone until they called saying, "We're in Hawaii." The last time they left us at our own house with Grandpa was when me and Roderick were really little. I don't remember everything that went wrong that week, but I do remember that he dropped me off for t-ball practice at the wrong time and at the wrong field. I don't think Roderick was crazy about the idea of having Grandpa as a babysitter, because the second Mom and Dad left, Roderick took off in his loaded diaper van. Unfortunately, I don't have a van or a driver's license of my own, so I was stuck playing gin rummy with Grandpa and Manny. Manny went straight to bed, even though it was only 4:30 in the afternoon, so that left just me and Grandpa. Grandpa made grilled cheese sandwiches with the crust cut off for dinner, which I haven't had since I was really little. We watched some TV, but then at 7 o'clock, Grandpa shut it off and asked me if I wanted him to read me a story. I haven't had a bedtime story since I was in kindergarten, but I didn't want to hurt Grandpa's feelings, so I just went along with it. Saturday. Since I went to bed at 7:30 last night, I woke up really early this morning, and when I came downstairs, I saw a big white binder sitting out on the kitchen table that read, "Taking care of Gregory and Roderick, A to Z." All of a sudden, the grilled cheese sandwiches and the story and the early bedtime all made sense. Grandpa was using the manual Mom made for him the last time he took care of us at home, 8 or 9 years ago. I flipped through the pages, and sure enough, it was filled with instructions for how to take care of us when we were little kids. And at least 95% of it was totally outdated. Get this, there was a different page for each letter. Some of the stuff in there was actually pretty embarrassing. I'm just glad I found the manual before Roderick did, or he'd never let me hear the end of it. Like the entry that read, "S is for sneakers. Gregory calls his sneakers Wild Boys. He does not know his left and right shoes apart, so he will need help getting them on." I flipped to the page with T on it, and here's what I found. T is for television. The boys may watch up to 30 minutes of educational programming a day. I don't think I'm going to survive a whole weekend with Grandpa if I'm not allowed to watch a lot of TV. So I ripped out the page and drew up a new one. T is for television. Gregory is allowed to watch as much TV as he likes. Then I realized that the S page was on the back of the T page, so I had to replace that one too. And I came up with, S is for spanking. It's what you should do to Roderick if he ever leaves the house without asking first. Monday. Unfortunately, Mom and Dad got home before Roderick did yesterday, and Grandpa went back to his condo, which is a shame because I was really keeping my fingers crossed on that S thing. Mom said that she and Dad did a lot of talking over the weekend, and they agreed that things have started to slip around the house ever since she started going back to school. I figured Mom was going to chew us guys out for not doing our share, but she actually said she was going to hire someone to help with the cleaning. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. The words Mom used were domestic help, but I knew that was just code for maid. I guess Mom was pretty embarrassed about having to hire someone to help out with the household chores, because she asked us all not to mention it to anyone. Well, I'm sorry, but opportunities like this don't come around too often for me, so it was a little hard to keep quiet at school. We're getting a maid. Chirag Gupta said his family doesn't need a maid, and that he was glad his mom is there when he comes home from school every day. But I'm sure that's what all the non-maid people say to make themselves feel better. Tomorrow is our maid Isabella's first day. I thought that meant we could all kick back and be a little extra slobby, since someone would be picking up after us. But Mom made everyone clean the house tonight. She said she didn't want Isabella thinking we lived in a pigsty. Tuesday. Today, when I got home from school, Isabella was in the family room watching a talk show. I could hear the TV. Today on Darlena, backstabbing best friends. I guess I can't really blame her for loafing around, since we had done all the cleaning for her, but she stayed for about 2 hours and totally hogged the TV. Tonight, when Mom got home after her classes, she was amazed at how spotless the house was. I don't think she remembered that we were the ones who did all the work. But she seemed happy, so I didn't want to spoil it for her. I wasn't as happy as Mom. Last night, I left Isabella a note asking her to take care of my laundry. I wasn't sure if she would take orders from a kid, so I made the note look like it was from Mom. Dear Isabella, please do my son Gregory's laundry. Sincerely, Mrs. Heffley. I'm technically supposed to do my own laundry, and I didn't want Mom to find out I was asking Isabella to do it for me. So I put this line at the bottom. P.S. Now that you've read my note, you should just throw it out. Then I put the note on top of the bag and left it out where Isabella would see it. I was expecting to come home and find all my laundry in neat, folded piles on my bed, but instead, I got a note back from Isabella. Luckily, I got home before Mom did, or she would have found it. Dear Mrs. Heffley. Now, which child is Gregory again? Isabella. That really stunk, because I had to haul my laundry bag all the way back upstairs, and let me tell you, it was a lot harder going up than coming down. Isabella doesn't come back until Thursday, so I guess I'll have to wait until then to take another crack at it. This is actually pretty exciting for me, because I've never had anyone I could farm my work out to. Roderick is always tricking me into doing stuff for him. He'll start by asking me to do something, and I always say no. He'd say, "Go get me some ice cream." And I'd say, "No way." Then he starts counting down from 10. 10, 9, 8. And I don't know why, but that gets to me every time. I found out that kind of thing doesn't work on adults. Last week, I tried to get Dad to fetch the TV remote because I left it on the kitchen table. 10, 9, 8. But he didn't even move a muscle. Anyway, I'm hoping Isabella comes through for me on Thursday. I've been wearing the same socks for a few days now, and they're starting to feel like cardboard. Thursday. Okay, now this is starting to get a little ridiculous. Last night I dragged my laundry back downstairs and left another note for Isabella. Dear Isabella, Gregory is the child whose bedroom has blue wallpaper. Please wash and dry his clothes and put them in his room. Thank you, Mrs. Heffley. But instead of clean laundry, I just got another note. Dear Mrs. Heffley, thank you for the clarification. Now, would you like me to separate the darks from the lights or wash them all together? Isabella. Now I get Isabella's act. She's going to keep dragging this out forever. On the one hand, I kind of have to respect her skill at avoiding work. But on the other hand, I really do need some clean underwear soon. And what really stinks is that Isabella has been eating our junk food. I went to get some pretzels out of the pantry tonight, and the bag was practically empty. I noticed the potato chips were gone too, and believe it or not, Isabella left a note in the pantry to complain about our snack selection. Dear Mrs. Heffley, please note that I prefer barbecue potato chips over plain ones. Isabella. Well, the potato chips she ate were barbecue, but she just didn't know it. Manny licks the flavoring off the barbecue chips and puts them back in the bag. Unfortunately, I had to learn that the hard way. Mom went out and bought a bunch of snacks just for Isabella and put them in the pantry, and the rest of us aren't allowed to touch them. Monday. Today at school, they announced that they're going to have a special fundraiser for the music program, called a lock-in. From what I can tell, it's sort of like a big boy-girl slumber party, so you can definitely count me in. The poster read, Psst, we're having a lock-in this Friday night. Your child is invited to a night of supervised fun in the middle school auditorium. The event goes from dusk till dawn and features games and prizes. Chaperones needed. Admission is $5, and all proceeds will go to the Save Our Music Program Fund. The only thing that bothered me was the chaperone part, so I cut that out before I showed it to Mom. Tuesday. All right. I've had it with our maid. I gave her one more shot at doing my laundry, and she weaseled out of it again. I wrote a note that said, Dear Isabella, it is fine to mix the lights and darks together. Please take care of this at your earliest convenience, as Gregory's out of clean clothes for school. Mrs. Heffley. This is what I found sitting on top of the laundry bag when I got home. Dear Mrs. Heffley, thank you for the clarification on how to handle the lights and the darks. Unfortunately, I have misplaced your earlier note in which you stated who Gregory is. Isabella. I officially give up. Since we always clean the house before Isabella comes, I'm pretty sure the only work she does is writing these notes. And it gets worse. When I got into bed tonight, I felt something at the bottom of my sheets. So I reached down and found what I think was a pantyhose sock. That means Isabella has been taking naps in my bed. I went into Mom's room and told her that I think she made a mistake hiring Isabella, and that she should let her go. But Mom didn't want to hear it. She said that the house has been immaculate ever since we hired her, and that everyone should be grateful for the work she's doing for us. So Isabella's got Mom totally fooled. All I can say is, if being a maid means watching TV all day, eating snacks, and taking naps in my bed, then I guess I finally found a career I can get excited about. November. Saturday. Dad dropped me off at school at 8 o'clock last night for the lock-in, and the second I walked through the door, I knew I made a huge mistake. It was, like, 90% boys and 10% girls, and even worse, Rowley was there. I turned to leave, but one of the chaperones had already locked the door, so I was stuck there for the night with everyone else. I'm guessing most of the girls in my class decided not to go to the lock-in, and the ones who did show up just didn't get the word in time. I decided I was going to have to make the most of it, and I walked into the auditorium, where everyone else was taking their stuff. The first thing I noticed was that there was at least one adult for every kid, which is not really a great recipe for wild times. Most of the chaperones were parents, but a few of them were teachers, and something tells me the teachers were only there because they didn't have a choice. I plopped my stuff down on the stage, where all the other kids were. Then I noticed that Rowley was there, so I moved my stuff to the other side of the stage. I think most of the kids had already written off the night, because just about everyone was playing with whatever electronic gadget they brought with them. I didn't even think of bringing my video games, and I didn't have a magazine or anything to entertain myself. So I asked one of the grown-ups what I could do. Mrs. Barnum told me there was an activity center in the corner for anyone who needed to take a fun break during the night. But all of the activities were little kid stuff, like crayons and a ball pit. I decided to just sit on my sleeping bag with my hands folded on my lap instead. At 9 o'clock, the adults said it was time for party games, but nobody heard them because everyone had headphones on. Mr. Tanner said people needed to be social, so he confiscated all the cell phones, music players, and whatever else kids had, and put them in a garbage bag. Then we all sat in a circle in the middle of the auditorium. Mrs. Carr said we were going to play some icebreakers that would help us get to know each other better. But the truth is, all of us kids know one another really well because we've been together since preschool. In fact, I think we know each other too well. Mrs. Carr said we were going to start with something called the name game, where everyone goes around and gives themselves a nickname that starts with the same letter as their first name, like Sporty Seth or Funny Fred, or something like that. The idea was that your nickname would say something about your personality. Rowley went first. He said, "Respectful Rowley." It was really stressful trying to come up with a cool-sounding nickname, and my turn was coming up quick. I finally settled on Great Greg, which I know is a little lame, but it was hard to think of a decent nickname that starts with the letter G. I guess the kid to my right, George Fleer, was having the same problem as me. He said, "Great George." I couldn't use the same word as George, or people would think I was copying him. So I sat there for a while trying to think of another good G word, but everyone was staring at me, and my mind just went blank. Then Mrs. Libby chimed in to try and bail me out. She said, "Jolly Greg." Everyone seemed pretty happy with that, even though jolly doesn't start with the letter G, and it makes you wonder about our education system, especially since Mrs. Libby is the 8th grade honors English teacher. I thought Jolly Greg was a terrible nickname, but before I could come up with something better, the person to my left went, and it was too late. So now I was stuck with a stupid nickname for the rest of the night, and probably until I go off to college, where I would wear a name tag that said, "Hello, my name is Jolly Greg." After that, we played a game called I Never Told Anyone This Before, where we had to tell everyone a secret. Mrs. Carr said the game would help us bond with one another, but I think the real purpose was to let the chaperones know who the troublemakers were, like the guy who confessed, "I was the one who spray-painted a bad word on the front of the school." My theory was proven right later on, when Teddy Caldwell went down the hall to the bathroom and a chaperone trailed him, while another spoke in his cell phone, "Subject approaching the corridor 3 boys' bathroom." We played a few more icebreakers, but nobody could concentrate, because every 5 seconds one of the cell phones in the electronics bag would start buzzing or ringing. Then Mr. Tanner would fish through the bag and try to find the phone that was ringing so he could shut it off. Eventually, he just gave up and locked the bag in the teacher's lounge. After the games were over, we had a 15-minute rest break before our next activity. A few of us had brought snacks, but there was a strict no-snack policy, and we had to eat them under cover. The chaperones seemed to know exactly who had the snacks, and they confiscated about 95% of them. Mr. Farley even found my cherry sour balls, which were hidden in my pillowcase. We finally realized that a mole was ratting us out. It was Justin Spitzer, and he was being paid off with the snacks the adults collected. The only kid who still had junk food was Jeffrey Chang, who had a huge bag of cheese puffs. I think Jeffrey knew it was just a matter of time before he was caught, so he locked himself in the boys' bathroom and tried to enjoy his snack. But the adults figured out what was going on, and Jeffrey panicked and got rid of the evidence by, horrors, flushing the cheese puffs down the toilet. What a waste. After our break, we got back into the circle, and Mrs. Dean told us we were going to play a new game called Guess Who. Then she split us up into 10 teams, I was on Team 3 with George Fleer, Tyson Sanders, and a few other kids. I was just glad I didn't have to be on the same team as Rowley, because that would have been totally uncomfortable. Here's how the game worked. Each team had to go into another room and take a picture of one of its members, but the picture had to be a close-up, like of an ear or a nose or a hand or something like that. Then each team would bring their picture to the library, and the other teams would have to guess who was in the picture. Then Mrs. Dean said the winning team would get ice cream sandwiches from the freezer in the cafeteria. I have to admit, it sounded like a fun game. But when she handed out the cameras, there was practically a riot, since it had been almost 2 hours since any of us had access to any kind of technology. Then we found out they were those old-fashioned instant cameras that develop your pictures right away, and everyone was a little disappointed, because those kinds don't have a screen or anything. Our team went down to the science lab, where we could take our photo in private. The first thing we had to do was figure out who was going to be in the picture. George Fleer said we should take a picture of his belly button, but everybody thought that would be too obvious because George has a serious outie, and all the other groups would know exactly who it was. We tried taking pictures of different kids in our group, but most of them were too obvious. Nicky Wood wanted the picture to be of him, but he's totally covered in freckles, and we couldn't find a single part of him that wouldn't be a dead giveaway. We took a picture of Christopher Brownfield's back, but we caught one of the Team 4 kids spying on us, and we had to pick someone else. We took a bunch of pictures of Tyson Sanders, but the best one was of his bent arm. You couldn't even tell what the picture was of, so that's the one we went with. When all the teams got back together in the library, we put our picture up on the wall with everybody else's, and as soon as we saw the other pictures, we knew we were gonna win. Some of the pictures were so easy to identify that it was actually kind of pathetic. In fact, don't even ask me what the people on Rowley's team were thinking. They decided to take their picture of him, and of course, he couldn't resist getting his face in the picture. Kind of defeated the whole idea. We were eager to get on with the guessing part of the game, since we knew nobody would be able to figure out who was in our picture. But Mr. Tanner just stood there looking at our photograph, going, Then Mr. Tanner said that he didn't appreciate Team 3's juvenile stunt, and that we were disqualified from the competition. We all looked at one another, trying to figure out what the heck Mr. Tanner was talking about. But Mrs. Dean was mad too. She said it was completely inappropriate to take a picture of someone's posterior. No one on my team knew what posterior meant, but luckily we were in the library, so we looked it up in the dictionary. And you'll never believe this, but it means butt. In fact, we found out that there are about 1 million other words for butt, too. But the teachers were mad. They actually thought we took a picture of somebody's butt, and I guess if you held the picture at a certain angle, you could see how a person could make a mistake like that. Mr. Tanner said he was going to call our parents and tell them to come take us home, and he said that the kid whose butt was in the picture was going to be in really big trouble. I knew that if Mr. Tanner called my parents at 11 o'clock at night, they were not going to be happy, and I could tell a lot of the other kids on my team were thinking the same thing. Then, George Fleer made a run for it, which kind of put everyone into a panic, so the rest of us ran too. It was every man for himself, and I ended up hiding in the music room with Tyson Sanders. We shut the lights off so nobody would come looking for us there. Tyson was really worried that the teachers were going to do a butt lineup to try and match the picture to the right kid. But I told Tyson he didn't have anything to worry about, because he pulls his pants all the way down when he uses the urinal, so everyone already knows what his butt looks like. Me and Tyson were in the music room for a long time, but we were finally caught by a couple of teachers who used Justin Spitzer to sniff us out. The chaperones brought us down to the library, where all the other Team 3 members were already rounded up. Well, everyone except Christopher Brownfield, who for all I know is still hiding behind the soda machine on the second floor. Tyson told Mr. Tanner that the picture was of his arm. Luckily, there's a mole near Tyson's elbow that matched up with the one in the picture, or I don't think Mr. Tanner would have believed him. After Mr. Tanner looked at the picture and Tyson's arm a few more times, he said he had made an innocent mistake, and that any reasonable person would have done the same thing. It seemed like a pretty lame apology to me, but I was just glad he wasn't still talking about calling our parents. After that, the party games were over, and the adults said it was time for us to turn in for the night. I think everyone who went to the lock-in was planning on staying up all night, but at this point, I was glad to go to sleep if it meant the night might go by quicker. I went to the auditorium to get into my sleeping bag, which was parked right next to Jennifer Hausman, who was actually not that bad looking. But the grown-ups said the girls needed to take their stuff and move down the hall to the library media room, and the boys had to stay in the auditorium. I was hoping I could get some rest, but a lot of the guys started horsing around, and it was impossible to sleep. At one point, George Fleer started chasing people around with his Audi, which was pretty terrifying. See, this is the kind of thing I can't stand about boys my age. When it comes down to it, they're just a bunch of wild animals. When George started chasing people around, I excused myself to go to the bathroom so I could brush my teeth. The bathroom is in the back of the auditorium, and the lights were off, so it was really dark back there. I heard this weird noise, swish, swish, and I got a little freaked out for a second, because our school has a problem with rodents. But it turned out to just be Fregley playing by himself in the ball pit. Around midnight, Mr. Palmero, the school guidance counselor, told everyone to get into their sleeping bags and settle down. Then he said there was no talking for the rest of the night, and he didn't want to hear a peep out of anyone. Every once in a while, somebody would cut the cheese, and that made Mr. Palmero really mad because he couldn't figure out who was doing it. After what happened earlier with the pictures, I think the grown-ups were just really sensitive about anything having to do with butts. Mr. Palmero said that if anyone needed to pass gas, they had to go behind the curtain on the stage to do it. So then a lot of the boys started taking turns telling Mr. Palmero they needed to go behind the curtain, and then they'd make the most obnoxious noises you can imagine, like... That went on for a while, and it kind of reached its peak when David Rosenberg went down to the music room and brought back a tuba. He went, "Blurp." I don't know if it was a coincidence or not, but right about that time, the heat went off in the auditorium. In fact, I think someone turned the air conditioner on. All I know is that everyone stayed in their sleeping bags after that. After a while, Mr. Palmero fell asleep, but all the boys were still awake. Some guys were saying this was like prison, and people were talking about busting out of there and going home. The problem was that all the exits were padlocked. I guess we should have known what we were getting into when they called this thing a lock-in. Albert Sandy said he'd seen a movie where some guy busted out of prison with a spoon, and a lot of people got pretty excited about that idea. But it turns out that was just a bunch of Hollywood baloney, because we got some spoons from the kitchen and we couldn't even make a dent in the linoleum floor. At about 1:30 in the morning, someone noticed flashing lights coming from outside, so we all went to the back of the auditorium to see what was going on. There was a guy from the tow truck company, and he was walking around Mr. Palmero's car, which was parked in a handicapped spot. We tried to get the towing guy's attention so he could break us out of the school. But the guy never heard us, and he towed Mr. Palmero's car. I thought about waking Mr. Palmero up to tell him, but I figured we should just let him get his rest. By this time, it was so cold in the auditorium that us boys packed ourselves together like sardines to preserve body heat. I figured it was probably nice and toasty in the library media room, and I was seriously thinking about going back there and joining the girls. But I figured I'd get caught, and I'd just be back where I started. I think I probably fell asleep around 2:30. Then, at 3 o'clock, there was a pounding on the back door that woke everybody up. Mr. Palmero unlocked the door, and there was a bunch of angry parents standing outside. Apparently, they'd been trying to call their kids to make sure everything was okay, but the kids weren't answering because Mr. Tanner took everyone's cell phones. So then the parents called one another, and everyone got all in a panic. To make a long story short, the parents who came to the school took their kids home with them, and that left the only two kids who didn't have their own cell phones, me and Rowley. So that was pretty awkward. Something tells me this whole lock-in idea was just a scheme set up by the parents and teachers to turn us kids off to boy-girl parties. And if that's true, then mission accomplished. Monday. I spent the weekend trying to recover from the lock-in, since I got 0 sleep on Friday night. But I think the whole experience was just too much for my body, because this morning when I woke up, I was sick. I admit I faked being sick before to get out of going to school, but Mom usually calls my bluff, threatening doctors and, ew, blood work. But today, Mom took my temperature, and I guess it must have been pretty high, because she said I needed to stay in bed. She said she had to spend the day at the library to study for her final test tonight, and she wouldn't be able to stay home to take care of me. Well, that kind of stunk, because the only good thing about being sick is having someone fuss over you. Mom said Isabella was working today, and that if there was an emergency, I could go to her. But after Mom left, I locked my bedroom door because I was afraid Isabella might try to come into my room to take her nap. I must have dozed off around noon, and when I woke up, there was a lot of commotion downstairs. The TV was turned up really loud, and I could hear what sounded like a bunch of women talking. I looked out the window, and there were a ton of cars in the driveway and on the street. I didn't know what was going on, so I just stayed in my room. About a half hour later, Mom pulled up in her car and went inside the house. 5 minutes after that, all these women streamed out the door, including Isabella. Mom walked upstairs to my room, and she was really steamed. She said she decided to come home early from the library to take care of me, and when she did, she walked in on a soap opera viewing party with all the maids from the neighborhood. The TV was going, "Kiss me, Rex. Kiss me to help me snap out of my amnesia." Tonight, Mom had another house meeting and said that Isabella's services would no longer be required, and that we were all going to have to pitch in around the house. I was happy to hear that, because now I can stop checking my bed for pantyhose socks. Tuesday. When I got to school today, Rowley was waiting by my locker, and he had a huge smile on his face. Then I noticed he had a big pimple right in the middle of his forehead. Most people would stay home from school if they had a zit like that, but here's what Rowley said. "My mom says I'm becoming a man." Well, that really irked me for some reason, but that wasn't the end of it. Later on in the day, I saw Rowley hanging out near the older kids' lockers, saying, "Sup, fellas?" So I guess he thinks just because he got a pimple, he's part of their club now or something. I think it's really pathetic that Rowley's trying to impress people with his stupid zit. And believe me, I'm not jealous or anything. But this is a kid who still sleeps with a pile of stuffed animals every night, so it doesn't make any sense that he would get his first pimple before I got mine. I will say the whole episode has got me thinking. I've been waiting to hit my growth spurt, or at least start growing some facial hair, but things have been kind of slow going. And now that Rowley's got a pimple, I'm kind of anxious to get things moving along. When I got home from school today, I checked myself in the mirror to see if anything seemed different, but everything looked exactly the same as it always does. So after dinner, I asked Mom and Dad when I could expect things to start happening. But they told me that when they were my age, They were way behind their classmates when it came to this sort of thing. My dad said, "Why, I was a very late bloomer." And my mom said, "Really? So was I." And they both laughed over it. Then Dad told me not to expect to get a lot of facial hair even when I'm an adult, because he's a grown man and he only needs to shave once or twice a week. Well, that was some really bad news. In this country, they're always saying you can grow up and be anything you want, but now I realize that's not true. I can name at least half a dozen jobs I can never have if I can't grow a beard or a mustache, or at least some decent stubble. Magician, pirate, lumberjack, artist, cop, criminal. Wednesday. Today was day 2 of Rowley's pimple, and he was walking around with his hair parted like a curtain so everyone could get an eyeful of his zit. I couldn't really take another day of this, and I decided to do something about it. So I wrote a note and handed it to him in the hallway. It said, "Dear Rowley, nobody likes your zit. Signed, The Girls." And I'm happy to say my note did the trick. But right before lunchtime, something totally crazy happened. Our class was heading to the cafeteria, and when we walked through the hallway where the older kids have their lockers, Jordan Jury was standing there with a few of his friends. Jordan stopped us and said, "Hey, dudes, you're invited to my party." I couldn't believe it. Like I said before, Jordan Jury's parties are legendary. But the best thing about Jordan Jury's parties is that there are girls there, which means his parties are totally different from the kind I usually get invited to. The point is, this is a real party we're talking about, and not like the lock-in, where there were 1,000,000 chaperones running the show. I have no idea why Jordan Jury invited me and Rowley to his party. It could have been my math book, or Rowley's zit, or both. But it was pretty clear that he thought me and Rowley were friends, and that the invitation was a package deal. And I didn't want to do anything that might change his mind, so I threw my arm around Rowley and said, "We accept." I can definitely pretend I'm friends with Rowley for one night, if it means I get to play spin the bottle with a bunch of girls who are a whole grade ahead of me. Thursday. You'll never believe this, but Mom's not letting me go to Jordan Jury's party. And it's not because it's a boy-girl party, or because a bunch of older kids are going to be there. It's because Uncle Gary's wedding is this weekend. This has got to be some kind of world record for bad timing. I begged Mom to let me stay home and go to the party, but she wouldn't budge, even after I promised I'd go to Uncle Gary's next wedding. Mom said I can't skip it, because I'm in the wedding party, and I can't let Uncle Gary down. The thing is, I've been in Uncle Gary's wedding party every single time, and I'll tell you exactly how that's gonna go. Uncle Gary's gonna ask me to be a reader. Adults always pick a kid to read something from the Old Testament at weddings because everyone thinks it's cute when the kids can't pronounce the names. Like, "And then Ezekiel said to Zeddy, Zekid." What? I knew Mom wasn't going to change her mind, so I didn't spend a lot of time trying to fight it. I just went up to my room and called Rowley. I told Rowley I couldn't go to the party, so he couldn't really go either. I explained that it would be unfair for him to go while I was stuck at my uncle's wedding. But Rowley said he's practically a grown-up now, and he can make his own decisions, so he's going to the party no matter what. I got so mad that I hung up the phone. Now do you see what I mean about Rowley? That's just the kind of selfish move that makes me glad we aren't friends anymore. Saturday. Yesterday, my family piled into the car and drove down to Gammy's for Uncle Gary's wedding. I was in a really bad mood because of the whole party thing, and because of something else, too. I remember that I'm supposed to get The talk from Gammy this weekend, and I am seriously not in the mood for a lecture right now. The last lecture I got was from Dad's brother, Uncle Joe, who told me that since I'm in middle school, I need to start thinking about my future. Uncle Joe drew up a chart that showed me everything I needed to do between now and the end of high school to increase my chances of getting into a good college and landing a job after that. So basically, Dad and Uncle Joe have the next 10 years of my life planned out for me. Anyway, I was thinking about all this, but then something happened that snapped me out of my bad mood. Mom called Gammy to tell her we were running a little late because we had to stop to pick up my tuxedo. That got my attention. I've never had to wear a tuxedo for any of Uncle Gary's other weddings, and that could only mean one thing. I'm one of the groomsmen. The night before the wedding, the groomsmen throw the guy who's getting married a really wild party. I've seen enough cable TV to know that's something I definitely want to be a part of. I actually felt a little bad for Roderick, because that meant he got passed over. But I figure I could take some pictures of the party so he could see everything he missed. Mostly, though, I felt happy, because while Rowley's at some lame middle school party, I'm going to be riding in a limo and having the time of my life. So we'll see who's a man after this weekend. And as a bonus, at the wedding I'll be paired up with one of the bridesmaids. I'm just crossing my fingers that Sonia has some cute friends. On the way to Gammy's house, Mom made me promise that I wouldn't wipe away my relatives' kisses, because she says it's rude. But I can't really help it. When some aunt or cousin gives me a wet kiss on my cheek, I start thinking about the bacteria multiplying on my face, and I get all twitchy. The last time we went to Gammy's, I brought some of those antibacterial wipes with me to take care of the problem. But I promised Mom I wouldn't wipe any kisses this time around. And I shouldn't have even done that, because the first person to greet us was Aunt Dorothy, who always kisses me full on the lips. As soon as I was out of Mom's sight, though, I went straight for the first thing I could find to wipe my face. Turned out to be the curtains. Good thing I was standing by a window. Most of the family was already at Gammy's house by the time we got there. It would take me forever to describe every single person who was there, so I'll just stick with the highlights. My cousin Benji was there with his parents, Aunt Patricia and Uncle Tony. The last time I saw Benji, he could only say two things. No! And shut up! Benji can speak in full sentences now, and his parents say he's reading chapter books. But I wouldn't be bragging if my son could read and still wasn't potty trained. Great-Uncle Arthur was in the den, sitting in the recliner in front of the TV. I don't think I've ever had an actual conversation with Great-Uncle Arthur, because all he does is grunt and make these random sounds like, He stayed with us one Thanksgiving weekend, and it was like that the whole time. I can't tell you if he's trying to communicate or what, but every once in a while, I respond, just in case. No, thank you. Great Aunt Reba was there, too, which kind of surprised me. A few years ago, Gammy invited everyone to her house on Christmas, but she accidentally forgot to send an invitation to Great Aunt Reba. She showed up anyway, but she refused to take off her coat, and she just sat there in the living room making us all feel guilty. Dad's second cousin Terrence was there, and the only reason I mention him is because everyone always says I look exactly like he did when he was my age, which is really depressing. In fact, when I first heard that, I looked through Gammy's photo album to see if it was true, and unfortunately, it was. So I guess I'd better start saving up my money for plastic surgery. Dad's cousin Byron was there, and I wasn't too excited to see him either. At the last family reunion, Gammy sent Byron out to get milk, and I rode with him, but he hit a pothole and got a flat tire about half a mile from the house. Byron told me to go to the house and get help, and on my way back, it started raining. When I walked through the front door, all the ladies in the kitchen started yelling at me for tracking mud on the floor. They told me to take my shoes off and put them in the mudroom, which I did. But all that yelling must have rattled me, because I forgot all about Byron's flat tire. And when he came back to the house a half hour later, he wasn't too happy. Uncle Charlie was there, and I was really glad to see him, because he's always got his pockets stuffed with candy for us kids. But I didn't always like Uncle Charlie, because he used to tease me when I was little. I used to have this pair of red footy pajamas, and every time Uncle Charlie saw me, he'd say the same thing. "Hey there, Red." For some reason, it really got under my skin. I told Mom how I felt, and she took me to the store to get some new pajamas, which were blue. So the next time I saw Uncle Charlie, I knew I had him beat. But it only took him about 3 seconds to give me a new nickname, and yep, you guessed it. Whenever he saw me, it was, "What do you say, Blue?" The only person who didn't show up to Gammy's was Uncle Lawrence, but that wasn't really a big surprise. Uncle Lawrence is always traveling, and he almost never comes to family gatherings. But sometimes he makes an appearance by webcam, like he did at Great-Grandpa Chester's funeral. The last people to arrive were Uncle Gary and his fiancée, Sonia. She seemed nice enough, and I guess they're pretty crazy about each other from the way they were acting. Unfortunately, I had to sit right next to them at the dinner table and find out firsthand. They were kissing and smooching the whole time, and it was gross. Dad told us on the way down that Sonia was kind of sensitive about the fact that Uncle Gary was married before, so we shouldn't bring it up. Apparently, Sonia told Uncle Gary that he was going to have to get the tattoo on his left arm removed because it had his last wife's name on it, Lydia. But I guess it costs a lot of money to get a tattoo removed, so Uncle Gary just added some extra words instead. "I am not in love with Lydia anymore." At least Sonia didn't make Uncle Gary change the tattoo on his other arm. That's the one he got after he ate the 3-pound Monstrilla burger at Dan's Diner in one sitting, and you have to admit, that's pretty impressive. Like I said, just about everyone in the family showed up, and even though Gammy has a big house, some people had to share a room. Whenever we stay at Gammy's, I always get grouped with the people Gammy calls the bachelors, which means every male who's not married yet. This is not a group I'm real eager to share a room with, especially since there are only 2 beds in Gammy's guest room. That means some of us have to double up, and the rest have to sleep on the floor. Uncle John used to be one of the bachelors, but he got married last spring. I'm starting to wonder if maybe he got married just so he wouldn't have to sleep in there with the rest of us. It was hard falling asleep with all those people snoring away in the same room with me, so eventually I picked up my stuff and looked for somewhere else to spend the night. The only place I could find was the bathroom next to Gammy's room, so I put my blanket and pillow in the tub and made myself a bed. It wasn't comfortable, but at least I had some privacy behind the shower curtain. Luckily, when Gammy came in this morning for her bath, I woke up in the nick of time, before she took off her bathrobe and climbed in with me. I screamed, "I'm in here! I'm in here!" After that near disaster, I was up for the day. And it was a really long day, too, because the rehearsal dinner wasn't until 7 o'clock at night. But at least I knew I had the party with the groomsmen to look forward to after that. The problem with these family gatherings is that they're not really geared toward kids, so if you don't like to drink tea and gossip with the ladies, you're sort of out of luck. And everything in Gammy's house is old person stuff, so there's nothing for a kid to entertain himself with. I complained to Mom a few years ago, and she bought some Legos to keep at Gammy's house. But Gammy glued them together in one big block because she didn't like the little pieces all over the place. Besides that, there's not a whole lot for a kid to enjoy at Gammy's. She does have some hard candy in a jar on her mantel, and last year I had a few pieces. But the candy tasted awful, It was really chewy, like bubble gum. I ended up getting really sick and had to lie down on the couch for a few hours. It turns out the candy in that jar is really old. In fact, Dad said that same candy was there when he was a little kid, and he even found a picture in Gammy's photo album to prove it. Speaking of pictures, Gammy really needs to update the one she's got on her mantle. She has a photo of every single person in the family, and the one of me and Roderick is from when we went to Santa's village about 8 years ago. I keep meaning to throw that picture away when no one's looking, because that's just the kind of thing that'll crop up when they do my celebrity biography later on. All the furniture in Gammy's house is old, too, and apparently it's really valuable. I'm sure there's going to be a big fight over who gets what once Gammy passes away. In fact, people have already started putting sticky notes on the furniture to get a head start. I think that's pretty disrespectful to Gammy. But I admit there are 1 or 2 items I'm hoping to snag for myself. I may have put a sticky note with my name on it on the old record player. Sunday. During the wedding rehearsal last night, I kept thinking Uncle Gary was going to take me aside and tell me where the bachelor party was going to be. But it didn't happen. Then I looked at the wedding program and saw Manny and my names at the bottom. Ring bearer flower boy, Manny Heffley. Assistant flower boy, Greg Heffley. Please, no flash photography in the church. I tried to get out of it and turn my assistant flower boy duties over to Benji, but Mom said he was a reader this year, and besides, me and Manny had matching white tuxedos. So while Rowley was having a blast at Jordan Jury's party, I was holding a basket filled with rose petals for Manny. And I noticed Roderick was taking a bunch of pictures, so I'd be surprised if he hasn't already uploaded them by now. After the wedding ceremony, we went into the hall where the food was being served. But before we started eating, Uncle Gary's best man, Leonard, stood up and gave a toast. Leonard said he had a really funny story about Uncle Gary and Sonia from when they were dating, and he wanted to share it with everyone. He said that a couple of months ago, Uncle Gary took Sonia to a baseball game, and he was planning on breaking up with her because he wanted to start dating her sister instead. But before Uncle Gary could have the breakup talk with Sonia, a plane flew across the sky with a banner behind it that read, "Marry me, Sonia." Leonard said there must have been some other guy in the stadium with a girlfriend named Sonia, but Uncle Gary's Sonia reacted before he had a chance to say anything. Yes! Yes! Leonard said Uncle Gary wanted to explain that it was all just a misunderstanding, but he was too afraid that the guys in the seats around them might beat him up if he let Sonia down. So Uncle Gary decided to go along with it. At first, I thought Leonard's story was just a joke, but Uncle Gary wasn't exactly jumping out of his chair to say it wasn't true. Anyway, I have a feeling we'll be back next year for Uncle Gary's 5th wedding. After the reception, our family went back to Gammy's house to get changed. I was gathering up my stuff when Dad walked into the room and said Gammy wanted to talk to me. At first, I couldn't figure out why Gammy wanted to speak to me in private, but then I realized I was about to get the talk. When I walked down the hallway to Gammy's sitting room, I was a little nervous, but I was also kind of excited. Gammy's been around the block about 1,000,000 times, and I figured she's got a lot of wisdom stored up. And to be honest with you, these days, I could really use some. I walked in and shut the door behind me. Gammy was sitting in a fancy chair, so I sat across from her. Once I got settled, Gammy started talking. Gammy told me that most kids my age are in a big rush to grow up, but that if I was smart, I'd enjoy the ride while it lasts. Now, I've heard this same speech from Mom and Dad about 1,000,000,000 times, so I was kind of disappointed by where this was all heading. But Gammy wasn't finished. She said I was getting ready to enter the awkward years, and that my lips were going to get all puffy, and my skin was going to get bad, and my head was going to look too big for my body until my junior or senior year of high school. Then she said I shouldn't let anyone take my picture for the next few years because I'd regret it if I did. She told me she gave the same advice to people like Dad and Uncle Gary and Uncle Joe, but they didn't listen to her. But Gammy still wasn't done. She told me that getting older is no walk in the park, and that getting to be her age really stinks. Then she started talking about hemorrhoids and shingles and a bunch of other stuff I'd never heard of before. I guess she could tell I was confused, so she started rolling down a sock to show me what she was talking about. That's when I excused myself and quickly left the room. I'm glad I got out of there before Gammy decided to take off any more clothes. A half hour later, we packed up our things, got in the car, and headed home. I was just happy the weekend was over. I love my relatives and all, but there's only so much family togetherness I can take. While I was waiting on the sidewalk with my bag, Benji said, "Hey, Poopy Diaper here." I'm ready to go home. Monday. It was a drag going back to school today, because it seemed like everyone went to Jordan Jury's party, and of course, that was all anyone wanted to talk about. Walking through the older kids' hallway was the worst. I heard enticing things like, "You remember the mustard? And the sprinklers? And the baby pool and the chocolate syrup?" But I'm actually kind of glad I didn't go. I found out the reason Jordan invited kids in my grade was to basically use them as servants. Tonight on the news, they announced the winner of the Peachy Breeze Kid contest, and unfortunately, I didn't get picked. But I do know the kid who did. It was Scotty Douglas, who lives right down the street. Don't ask me why they picked him, because he couldn't even get the slogan right in the audition. It kept coming out, "Peachy Breeze is Willie Neat." Maybe they thought it was cute, but the people at Peachy Breeze should have done their research, because if they saw Scotty's older brother, they might have thought twice about what their peachy kid was going to grow up to look like. Last night, Mom said now that her first semester of school is over, she's going to put her academic career on hold for a while and spend more time with the family. I can't tell you how happy I was to hear that. I'm glad things will finally be getting back to normal around here. In fact, that's been the whole problem this year. There's been a lot of change all of a sudden, and I really liked things the way they were before. People like Dad and Uncle Joe have been getting on my case to act more responsible and start getting serious about my future. But the truth is, I think I'm more of an Uncle Gary kind of guy. I guess I'm not in a big rush to grow up right now. And after Gammy showed me what's in store over the next few years, I think I'm going to take her advice and hang on as long as I can. Tuesday. Speaking of things getting back to normal, I decided it was time for me and Rowley to put the past couple of months behind us and get our friendship back on track. Me and him have a really long history together, and there's no point in throwing that away over something dumb. And to be honest with you, I can't even remember what we were fighting about. So after school today, I went up to Rowley's house to see if he wanted to hang out. He was so happy to see me that it was kind of embarrassing. Rowley asked me if we'd be best friends forever, and he gave me half of this matching locket he's always tried to get me to wear. I told him I wasn't going to wear the locket, because it's meant for girls. But really, it's that forever word that makes me nervous. I told him maybe we could just take it 1 month at a time, and he seemed pretty satisfied with that. I'll say one thing, though. Rowley must have grown a full 1.5 inches since the summer, so who knows how tall this kid is going to be. I figure it's a good idea for me to stick with him, at least until we get to high school, because if he keeps growing at this rate, Rowley's gonna be a good person to have at my side.
Diary of a Wimpy Kid, Cabin Fever, by Jeff Kinney. Narrated by Ramon de Ocampo.
November. Saturday. Most people look forward to the holidays, but the stretch between Thanksgiving and Christmas just makes me a nervous wreck. If you make a mistake in the first 11 months of the year, it's no big deal. But if you do something wrong during the holiday season, you're gonna pay for it. Like, well, maybe pinching your little brother. That happened one year, and I only got one stinking present. It's too much pressure to be on your best behavior for a whole month. The most I can really handle is 6 or 7 days in a row. So if they move Thanksgiving to the week before Christmas, it would be fine by me. Kids whose families don't celebrate Christmas are lucky because they don't have to stress out whenever they do something wrong at this time of year. In fact, I have a few friends in that category who I think act a little extra jerky around now just because they can. The thing that really makes me nervous is this whole Santa issue. The fact that he can see you when you're sleeping and knows when you're awake really creeps me out. So I've started wearing sweatpants to bed because I really don't need Santa seeing me in my underwear. I'm not really convinced that Santa has the time to keep an eye on you 24 hours a day anyway. I figure he can only check in on each kid once or twice a year for a few seconds, and with my luck, that happens at the most embarrassing moments. Like, for example, when I pick my nose. If Santa really does see everything you do, then I could be in trouble. So when I write him, I don't say what I want for Christmas and all that. I use my letters to paint myself in the best possible light. Dear Santa, I did not throw a crabapple at Mrs. Taylor's cat, even though it might have looked that way from a distance. Sincerely, Greg Heffley. Then there's this naughty or nice list they're always talking about. You hear about it, but you never actually get to see it, so it's up to grown-ups to tell you where you stand at any given moment. And something about that just doesn't seem right. Like my mom might say, "If you help me with these groceries, I'll bet it'll be just enough to make Santa's nice list." I kind of wonder how accurate the list really is anyway. There's a kid named Jared Pyle who lives up the street from me, and if there's anyone who deserves to be on the naughty list, it's him. But last year he got a dirt bike for Christmas, so don't even ask me what Santa was thinking on that one. It's not just Santa I've got to worry about either. Last year, when Mom was going through some old boxes, she found a homemade doll from her childhood. Mom said the doll is called Santa Scout, and that his job is to watch how kids behave and then report back to Santa at the North Pole. Well, I'm not a fan of that idea. First of all, I think you have a right to privacy in your own home. And second, Santa Scout gives me the willies. I don't really buy the idea that this doll is feeding Santa information, but just in case, I try to be extra good whenever I'm in the same room as Santa Scout. But it probably doesn't matter anyway, because my older brother Roderick is constantly feeding Santa Scout bad information about me. He'll look right at Santa Scout and say, "I, Greg Heffley, took a $20 bill out of my mother's purse." What? Every morning when I wake up, Santa Scout is in a new place, which I guess is supposed to prove that he traveled to the North Pole overnight. But I'm starting to wonder if it's really Roderick who moves him. Sunday. Today we took all our Christmas decorations out of the storage room in the basement. We have boxes full of ornaments, and some of them are pretty old. There's one with a picture of me and Roderick taking a bath in the sink that's really embarrassing, but Mom won't let me throw it out. We put up the tree in the living room and started hanging ornaments on it. My little brother Manny was taking a nap upstairs, and when he woke up and found out we were decorating the tree without him, he had a total meltdown. The reason Manny was so upset was because someone hung his favorite ornament, this candy cane he really likes. So Mom took it off the tree and handed it to Manny to hang up himself. But Manny wanted his ornament to be the first one on the tree, so that meant we had to take all the decorations down, just so he could get his way. And that's just the kind of thing that happens in my house every single day. Mom hasn't started to use the threat of Santa as a way of getting Manny to behave, but I'm sure she will soon. I don't think it's such a good strategy for keeping us in line, though, because the second Christmas is over, Mom doesn't have any real leverage. I mean, it's hardly going to work if she threatens, "Well, the Easter Bunny is going to be very disappointed in you boys." Monday. Right before Thanksgiving break, there was a contest at school to see who could come up with the best anti-bullying slogan, and the grand prize was a pizza party for the winning team. The poster read, "Only you can stop bullying. Form a team of up to 5 people and come up with the best anti-bullying slogan. The winning team will get a pizza party in the cafeteria. Let's make bullying extinct." Everyone wanted that pizza party, and people didn't care what they had to do to win it. 2 groups of girls in my grade came up with slogans that were really similar, and each group accused the other one of stealing their idea. One claimed, "Bullies are mean." The other, "Bullies are meanies." The whole situation spun out of control, and eventually the vice principal had to step in to stop it from turning into a full-scale riot. Our school only has one legitimate bully this year anyway, and his name is Dennis Root. And with all the signs and posters everywhere, "Bulldoze bullying," "No bully zone," "Stop bullying now," I'm pretty sure the message is getting through to him. The day before Thanksgiving, there was a big anti-bullying assembly, and everyone in the auditorium was looking at Dennis the whole time. I kind of felt sorry for him, so I tried to make him feel better. I actually gave him a pat on the back. Even though Dennis is the only real bully in our school this year, we had a bunch of them last year. People were constantly getting picked on at recess, so the teacher set up a station on the playground where kids could press a button if they needed to get a grown-up's attention. Unbelievably, it read, "Tell a teacher station. Press button for help." Well, the tele-teacher station just ended up being a convenient place for the bullies to hang out and find their next victims, because anytime anyone got near it, "Rah! Run away!" The teachers say teasing counts as bullying too, but I don't think there's any way they're going to put a stop to that. Kids are always calling each other names and that kind of thing at my school. In fact, one of the reasons I try to stay under the radar is because I don't want to end up getting stuck with a nickname like Cody Johnson did. In kindergarten, Cody stepped in some dog poop at recess, and ever since then, people have called him Dookie. And I'm not just talking about the kids either. I'm talking about the teachers and even the principal. Once it was announced over the loudspeaker, "Congratulations to Dookie Johnson for getting straight A's in the 3rd quarter." I'll tell you this, if I ever get a nickname like Dookie, I'll move to a different town. But what would probably happen is that someone from my old school would move to my new town, and the whole thing would just start back up again. Just when it seemed all right, I'd hear, "Hey, Dookie, how you doing?" The teachers always say that when you're getting picked on, you should tell an adult. I think that's a good idea. but it didn't work out so well when I was getting bullied. There was this kid who lived in the neighborhood next to mine, and for some reason, everyone called him Nasty Pants. Every time me and my friend Rowley went through Nasty Pants' neighborhood, he chased us with a stick. The thing that really stunk was that me and Rowley used the woods in that neighborhood as a shortcut to get to school. So we started having to go out of our way to avoid getting harassed by Nasty Pants. We did exactly what the teachers are always telling us to do, and complained to the vice principal. But Vice Principal Roy said that since Nasty Pants didn't go to our school, there was nothing he could really do about it. After getting chased a few more times, I decided I'd had enough. So I told Dad about the situation. I was afraid Dad was going to say I needed to toughen up and deal with the problem myself. But he surprised me. Dad said that he had problems with a bully at my age, and he knew just what I was going through. Dad's bully was named Billy Staples, and Billy's favorite thing to do was pin a kid's arm behind his back and hold it there until he cried. Dad said that the kids in the neighborhood told their parents about Billy, and they all went to Billy's house to confront his mom and dad. Mr. Staples made Billy promise to never pick on anyone ever again, and Dad said Billy burst into tears and might have even wet his pants. Well, after hearing that story, I don't think Billy Staples would have been any match for Nasty Pants. But I told Dad I liked the idea of complaining to the bully's parents. I called up Rowley and told him to come over and to bring his dad, because we needed as much backup as we could get. Dad knocked on Nasty Pants' door, and we waited for one of his parents to open it. But Nasty Pants himself came to the door, and me and Rowley took off. I guess I should have described Nasty Pants to Dad, because it took him a while to understand that the little kid who came to the door was the one who was causing us all that trouble. Dad talked to Mrs. Pants, and she told Dad her son was only 5, and that he just gets a little wound up sometimes. On the way home, Dad was pretty mad at me for letting myself get bullied by a kid who was still in kindergarten. But let me just say in my defense that when some kid is chasing you with a stick, you don't stop to ask him how old he is. Tuesday. They took the last piece of playground equipment away at school today. We started off the year with all sorts of things, like monkey bars and swings and stuff, but now the playground is an empty sawdust pit. So recess is basically like a prison yard. I heard the school was having trouble paying the insurance for the playground, so every time there was some kind of accident or injury on a piece of equipment, the easiest thing to do was just remove it. In October, Francis Knott went flying off the swing set and landed on the seesaw, so that took out 2 big items right there. We lost the monkey bars when a girl named Christine Higgins climbed to the top and then got too scared to come down. The teachers aren't allowed to touch kids, so they had to call Christine's parents to come and get her. Eventually, the only piece of equipment left was the balance beam, and I figured nobody could get hurt on that thing. But believe it or not, some idiot wasn't looking where he was going the other day, so now that's gone too. Without any playground equipment, there's really nothing for us to do. But the teachers won't even let us sit down, because they say we have to stay active. And it's not like you're allowed to bring in toys or video games to keep yourself occupied either. In fact, if you get caught with a toy on the playground, it'll get confiscated. Last week, somebody found a miniature car buried in the sawdust that looked like it had been there for years. The car had 3 missing wheels, but people were so desperate for entertainment that they lined up to play with it while others kept lookout. Now there's a black market for toys at our school. Christopher Stengel brought in a bunch of Legos from home yesterday, and I hear a single brick will set you back 50 cents. The teachers have banned a bunch of games we used to play, too. Last week, a group of boys were playing freeze tag, but one of them got hurt when someone shoved him from behind. So now we're not allowed to touch each other or even run. Today, people were playing air tag and getting around by speed walking, but it wasn't really the same. If you ask me, I think people are getting too carried away with all this safety stuff. I went to Manny's Pee-wee soccer game, and all the kids had to wear bicycle helmets. The only good thing about the playground equipment being gone is that now I actually have a chance to start doing well in school. I'm one of those people who has a hard time focusing when the teacher is talking, and when another class is having recess right outside the window, it's practically impossible to pay attention. Wednesday. Okay, I take back what I said about being glad the playground equipment is gone. Now the kids at recess don't have anything to do, so they just stare in through the windows, and that's seriously distracting when you're trying to take a test. It doesn't help that I'm not exactly the fastest test taker. In 3rd grade, I had a teacher named Mrs. Sinclair who taught us all these great tricks for remembering multiplication facts. But they seriously slow me down. 8 times 4 is 32, 32, 32. 8 times 4 is 32, and now you know it's true. Earlier this year, we had a math teacher named Mr. Sparks who used to stand on his chair every time he wanted us to remember something important. But once, when Mr. Sparks was trying to get us to remember a math concept, one of the legs on his chair broke and he fell. Mr. Sparks broke his collarbone, and I heard he's suing the school over it. I don't remember the concept he was trying to teach us that day, but I do always remember never to stand on the furniture. During recess today, everyone was just waiting to go back inside. But then Rowley got up and started skipping around the playground. A few people started cheering and clapping. They must have thought Rowley was protesting all the new rules by skipping instead of running, but the truth is, skipping is just something Rowley likes to do. For some reason, it really gets on my nerves when Rowley skips, so it bugged me to see him prancing around the playground like that. Skipping is actually a real sore subject between the two of us. Rowley says I'm jealous of him because I don't know how to skip. But I think it just looks stupid. I will admit that I never exactly got the hang of skipping. In fact, I was the only kid in 1st grade who couldn't do it. I was afraid I'd be held back until I learned how to skip, but luckily, they let me move on to 2nd grade. Still, I'm worried it's going to come back to haunt me later on. Like maybe when I'm 18 and graduating, the principal might say, Greg Heffley will not be receiving his diploma due to an inability to skip. Sometimes I wonder how me and Rowley ended up being friends in the first place, since we're so different. But at this point, I figure we're stuck with each other, so I just try to overlook the things he does that annoy me. Thursday. The thing that stinks about having Santa Scout watching my every move at home is that I can't get away with the things I used to do during the holidays. A few years ago, Mom and Dad put some gifts under the tree a week before Christmas, and it was driving me crazy not knowing what they were. One of the gifts had my name on it, and I was pretty sure it was a video game. I made a tiny little tear in the wrapping paper to see, and sure enough, it was a game I'd asked for. But then it was bugging me that a game I wanted was sitting right there under the tree, and I couldn't play it. So I went one step further and made a slit along the top of the packaging and slid the disc out. I opened the plastic case and removed the game, then put the box back in the wrapping paper and taped it closed. But I started to get paranoid that Mom was going to pick up the present and notice it felt lighter. So I opened it back up and put one of Roderick's heavy metal CDs inside the box to make it the same weight it was before. I think it might have been Headless Asylum, which of course comes with a big parental warning. I played the video game every night after Mom and Dad went to bed, and I actually beat it. But I forgot to put it back in the box, and on Christmas, when I opened my present in front of Mom and Dad, Roderick's CD slipped out and rolled onto the floor. The day after Christmas, Mom took the CD to the game hut and chewed the clerk out for selling her material that was inappropriate for kids. I just don't like not knowing what I'm getting for Christmas, and sometimes I can't help myself. Last year, I went on Mom's email account and wrote to all our relatives to see if I could find out what they were getting me. To Gammy, Uncle Joe, Uncle Charlie, Grandma, Grandpa, Uncle Gary, Joanne, Leslie, Byron, and 23 more. Subject: Gifts. Hey everyone, let me know what you're buying for Greg this year so we can coordinate. Thanks, Susan. But Mom keeps her email on the computer in the kitchen, and it's hard to get onto her account when Santa Scout is watching me like a hawk. Tonight I spent some time trying to decide what to put on my Christmas wish list this year. I try to be as specific as possible when I make my list, because whenever I leave my gifts up to Mom and Dad, I get some crazy stuff. A few years ago, I forgot to write out a wish list, and I paid the price for it. Mom was pregnant with Manny, and she wanted me to get ready for having a baby brother. So for Christmas, Mom got me a doll. Baby Alfredo, realistic doll for boys. He cries, he eats, he wets, encourages responsibility. Now grows hair. Progressive Parenting Toy of the Year. At first, I didn't want anything to do with it. Then I realized having a doll you could feed came in handy. In fact, I don't think a vegetable touched my lips for a month after I got Alfredo. It was so easy. Here comes the airplane, Alfredo. Open wide. But that wasn't the only thing I used that doll for. I found out that he made a really excellent comic book stand, too. Wherever. Even sitting on the john. I have to admit, after a few months, I got really attached to that doll. Since I didn't have a pet, it was kind of nice to have something to take care of for once. But one day, I came home from school and I couldn't find Alfredo anywhere. I searched the house from top to bottom, but there was no trace of him. The only thing I could think of was that I dropped Alfredo at some point and somehow didn't notice. I was pretty torn up about losing my doll, but what I was really worried about was Mom thinking I couldn't be trusted around my new baby brother. So I got a grapefruit out of the fridge and drew a face on it with a marker. Then I wrapped the grapefruit in a dish towel, and for the next 3 months, I pretended it was my doll. Mom and Dad didn't seem to notice, but I was terrified by the idea that the real Alfredo was going to find his way back home and get his revenge on me for abandoning him and replacing him with a fruit. In fact, I still worry about that to this day. It's the reason I always check to make sure my window is locked before I go to bed at night. Alfredo could be scratching at the glass. I'm a little embarrassed to say this, but I actually got attached to that grapefruit too. But after a while, it started to rot, and Dad traced the weird smell back to my Alfredo decoy. I cried when he threw it in the trash. Mom didn't seem too upset that I'd lost my doll, but I will say she's never left me alone in the house with Manny for more than 15 minutes. Like I said, though, it was nice to have something to take care of, and I missed that feeling. So these days, I've been spending a lot of time playing this game called Net Critters. In fact, I've been playing Net Critters every free second I get. The basic idea is that you have to feed your pet and keep it happy. And if your pet is happy, you get tokens so you can buy clothes and furniture and stuff like that. I've played so much that my pet Chihuahua has a mansion with an indoor swimming pool, a bowling alley, and about 150 different outfits. The only thing I'm not happy about is his name. Mom's the one who set up my account, and I can't figure out how to change the name she registered with. She chose Gregory's little friend. Ugh. Mom says I take better care of my virtual pet than I do myself, and I guess I can't argue with her there. Over the weekend, I played for 16 hours without even taking a break to go to the bathroom. But if you don't keep getting your pet new stuff, it starts to look unhappy, and that really stresses me out. You'll see the mood meter say, Gregory's little friend is feeling queasy. The problem is, you can only earn a certain number of tokens, and after that, you have to buy them with real money. Unfortunately, I don't have my own credit card, so that means I have to beg Mom and Dad to use theirs. And it's not real easy to convince Dad to break open his wallet so you can buy a fancy outfit for your virtual pet, because you want to see the mood meter say, Gregory's little friend is feeling snazzy. This year, I'm going to ask for a bunch of critters cash for Christmas, but I'm still trying to figure out what to put on the rest of my wish list. I could actually use a lot of different things, because a couple weeks ago when I spent the night at the hospital getting my tonsils out, Manny sold half of everything I owned at a yard sale for $1. But I'm not so sure I should ask for a normal gift like a video game or a toy this year. What I've realized is that every time you get something cool for your birthday or for Christmas, within a week, it's being used against you. For example, I got this great remote control helicopter for my birthday, and a week later, there was my dad saying, We'll be taking this away until your English grade improves. That was the last I saw of the helicopter. One thing I know for sure is that this year I'm only accepting store-bought presents. Last Christmas, Mom gave me a really nice hand-knit blanket, and I had that thing wrapped around me for half the winter. But I found a picture of the very same blanket on Great Uncle Bruce, who passed away a few years ago. So I pawned it off on Roderick for his birthday. Sunday. I was going to play Net Critters all weekend, but yesterday, Mom said the amount of time I'm spending playing that game is unhealthy, and that I had to interact with a real live person. So I called up Rowley and asked him to come over, even though I was still a little bothered by the whole skipping thing. When Rowley got to my house, we sat down in front of the TV to play video games, but Mom said we had to shut off the machine and interact face to face. But one of the things that makes my friendship with Rowley work is that he doesn't mind watching me play video games. Plus, the reason our ancestors invented technology in the first place was so they didn't have to interact with one another. Mom sent me and Rowley down to the basement, and the two of us tried to figure out what to do. I'd asked Rowley to bring some DVDs with him so we could stay up late watching movies. But he only brought home movies, and you couldn't pay me to watch those. I mean, really, Rowley's 5th grade play? Rowley's birth? Mom brought us down some wacky sentences books, where you fill in the blanks to create funny phrases. For the first round, Rowley came up with the words, and I wrote them down in the blanks. The phrases we made were actually pretty funny. But what wasn't funny was Rowley's new habit of saying LOL instead of laughing. Our cafeteria has really smelly food. LOL. The pizza is purple, and the French fries are slimy. LOL. LOL. It was really driving me crazy. So we switched roles, and I came up with the words instead. Rowley started by asking me for the name of a sport, so I said volleyball. But he told me it's volleyball. With a B. So then we got into this huge argument about what letter volleyball starts with. I found a dictionary and handed it to Rowley and told him to look it up himself. But instead of flipping to the letter V, Rowley read every single word in the B section. And when he couldn't find volleyball, he started over from the beginning. Bacon, bacteria, badger. Rowley accused me of having an outdated dictionary and said that's why volleyball wasn't in it. So then we got into an argument about what year volleyball was invented. By this point, Rowley was really getting on my nerves, and I realized we'd better change gears or we were going to end up in a fight, as usual. I told Rowley maybe we should do something different, and he said he wanted to play hide-and-seek. But the problem with playing hide-and-seek with Rowley is he thinks that when he can't see you, you can't see him. So that makes him really easy to find. I decided we just needed a break from each other. So I came up with an idea. I told Rowley we were going to see who was braver, me or him, and we stepped out the sliding glass door. Each of us had to walk into the woods and write our name on the tree fort we built last summer. And whoever chickened out was wrong about volleyball and had to call the other guy Sir for the rest of his life. Rowley seemed to think that was a fair deal. I told Rowley I'd go first, and I walked into the woods. But as soon as I knew he couldn't see me, I ran around to the front of my house. There's no way I was going to go into those woods by myself at night. I had written my name on the tree fort when me and Rowley built it over the summer, and that's the reason I came up with the dare. I walked in the front door, made a bowl of ice cream, and relaxed for a while. And I have to say, some time to myself was just what I needed. Once I finished my ice cream, I walked around the side of the house, rubbed some dirt on my face and clothes, then came running out of the woods. I screamed, "There was a big dog or a bear or something back there, but luckily I outran it." I probably shouldn't have added that last part, because Rowley totally gave up on the dare after that, and promptly exclaimed, "Can we please go inside now, sir?" Anyway, that break was just what the doctor ordered, and the rest of the night was argument-free, because I think Rowley was appropriately terrified. This morning, my family headed to church, and Rowley came with us. I don't think Rowley's family really goes to church that much, so he's not used to all the rules about what you're supposed to do and when. So I always have to tell him when you need to kneel and stand and all that. Toward the end, we all did the peace be with you part, where you're supposed to shake everyone's hand. I said, "Peace be with you" to Rowley, but he started giggling. I think he must have thought I said, "Peas be with you," like the vegetable. I said, "Peace be with you." He said, "No, peas be with you." I don't think Rowley totally understood that you're just supposed to shake hands with people either, because when the woman in the pew behind us said, "Peace be with you," Rowley gave her a big, wet kiss on the cheek. After church, we dropped Rowley off at his house, and I was glad he was gone and that I could go back to playing my game. And since he spent the whole ride saying, "Peace be with you," something tells me Mom felt the same way. December. Tuesday. Today I was playing net critters in my room and Mom walked in. She watched for a while, then asked what I was doing in the game. I explained that I was watching my Chihuahua watch TV, because if your virtual pet watches at least 2 hours of commercials a day, it makes him happy and you get 20 bonus tokens. Then I asked Mom if she wouldn't mind spotting me $10 because the Net Critter store just started carrying trampoline shoes, and I was pretty sure Gregory's little friend would really like to have them. But I guess I picked the wrong time to ask Mom for a loan, because it seemed like she was in a bad mood. She said I didn't have any appreciation for the value of money, and that if I wanted to pay for my net critter's habit, it was gonna have to come out of my own pocket. I told Mom I didn't have any money of my own, and that's why I kept hitting up her and Dad. But she said there were plenty of things I could do to earn some. She said it's supposed to snow tonight, and I could go out and shovel our neighbors' driveways tomorrow. I really don't feel comfortable knocking on doors and asking our neighbors for money. My school has 3 fundraisers a year, and I have to go from house to house begging people I hardly know to buy something from me. And half the time, I don't even really know what it is I'm selling. I mean, what in the world are hardy geranium bulbs? I wish the school would give us something useful to sell, like candy bars or cookies. The Girl Scouts are lucky, because at least they get to sell stuff people actually want. The way the system works with these fundraisers is that us students do all the work and the school gives us these junky prizes as rewards. One time, I sold $20 worth of gourmet coffee beans, and all I got was a cheap yo-yo that broke before I even got off school property. But Rowley really got stiffed. He sold $150 worth of beans and got a Chinese finger trap as his prize. It actually worked like it was supposed to, but Rowley couldn't get his fingers out, and his mom had to cut it off when he got home. Last year, the school tried something different. They had us sell raffle tickets, and whoever won the raffle will get a spring yard cleanup from the 7th grade class. Mrs. Spangler, who lives down the street from me, won the raffle, and on the first day of spring, the whole 7th grade showed up at her house. But there were only 2 rakes for all those kids, so most of the class just ended up sitting around with nothing to do. And by the time the spring cleanup was done, Mrs. Spangler's yard was worse off than when it started. The new thing the school is doing is these walkathons. The idea is that we'll walk around the track at school a certain number of times, like 100 or 200 laps, and get our neighbors to sponsor us for each lap we complete. I can understand asking someone to pay for seeds or coffee beans or whatever, but I don't know what kind of person gets pleasure out of having some kid walk around a football field a couple hundred times. The reason the school put on the walkathon in September was so they could pay for a billboard near the town park that said, "Keep the town park clean." I couldn't figure out why the school didn't just skip the walkathon and have the kids clean up the town park instead. But I guess if the 7th grade was involved, they might have completely trashed it. I've done the math, and I've figured out that each grown-up on my street gives me an average of $23 a year for school fundraisers. So I should just invite all the neighbors to my house once a year and tell them to bring me the $23 in cash, because it sure would save everyone a lot of pain and anguish. Wednesday. It snowed last night just like Mom said it would. And while all the other kids in the neighborhood were enjoying their day off from school, I was pounding the pavement looking for work. I thought about whose door I should knock on first, but it wasn't easy. Mrs. DeRocher lives right across the street, but she's a little too affectionate. "How about a hug, Gregory?" And I usually do my best to avoid her. Then there's Mr. Alexander, who moved into the Snellis house. He must not have worn braces as a kid, because his teeth aren't very straight. Unfortunately, the first time Dad met Mr. Alexander was on Halloween. Dad must have thought his teeth weren't real, and he called them hilarious. So I decided to skip Mr. Alexander's house, too. There are people who live on my street that I haven't spoken to in years. When I was about 4, Mom and Dad had a cocktail party for some of the couples in the neighborhood, and I went downstairs during the party to use the bathroom. But I guess back then, I didn't know you were supposed to keep the door locked, so Mr. Harkin walked right in on me, catching me in the act. "Oops, sorry about that, buddy." When I was done, I found Mom and told on Mr. Harkin, and I'm sure he felt like a jerk. So I'm not about to knock on the door of some guy I ratted out when I was in preschool and ask him for money either. Today, I realize there's just too much history between me and the people in my neighborhood, so I decided to go one street over to Prentice Lane and start fresh. I walked up to the house on the corner and knocked on the door, but I recognized the lady who answered. She was Mrs. Melcher, one of Grandma's friends from bingo. I told Mrs. Melcher I was trying to earn a little money shoveling people's driveways and that I'd be happy to do hers for $5. But she told me she never gets visitors and invited me inside to chat. I didn't want to be rude, so the next thing I knew, I was sitting in Mrs. Melcher's living room, surrounded by the lawn ornaments she took inside for the winter. I felt a little uncomfortable, but I figured if I was going to ask someone for money, the least I could do was try and be polite. But all I could think about the whole time I sat there was how much money I could have been making if I just knocked on someone else's door instead. I must have been in there for an hour before I was finally able to steer the conversation back to the subject of me shoveling her driveway. But Mrs. Melcher said her son was coming by in his pickup truck any minute, and he plows her driveway for free. So that's an hour of my life I'll never get back. I headed back out onto Prentice Street and started knocking on doors. I guess most people were at work, so it took me a while to find someone who was actually home. I finally got lucky when a guy who looked like he just woke up came to the door. I told him I'd shovel his driveway for $5, and he said it was a deal. I got to work and was making pretty good progress, but it started snowing again while I was shoveling. By the time I finished, it had snowed so much that you could barely tell I did any work. So I rang the doorbell and asked the guy if he wanted me to shovel his driveway again for another $5. But he wouldn't go for it. And to make things worse, the guy said he wasn't going to pay me the first $5 until his driveway was clear like I promised. See, this is why it's a good idea to have a contract before you start working for someone. I got back out there and started shoveling, but so much snow was falling that I was getting nowhere. Then, I had an idea. Grandma's house was only a few streets away, and I remembered that she keeps her lawnmower in the garage, so I walked over to her place and pushed the mower back to the driveway I was working on. I thought the snow mowing idea was genius, and I couldn't believe no one had ever thought of it before. Unfortunately, it didn't go as smoothly as I hoped it would. I thought the snow would shoot out of the side, but the blade cut right through it, and the snow stayed where it was. Eventually, the mower started making funny sounds, and then all of a sudden, it stopped. So I guess those things aren't really built for cold weather. I pushed the mower to Grandma's and put it back in her garage. Hopefully, it will thaw out before the summer rolls around. I still had this guy's driveway to deal with, but now the snow was really coming down, and there was no way I was going to spend the rest of my day working for $5. I needed a quick solution so I could move on. I could see that his garden hose was attached to the house, so I turned it on, put the nozzle to the shower setting, and sprayed down the snow in the driveway. It was great! The water melted the snow on contact, and I was cruising. Then I saw a sprinkler leaning up against the house. I got an even better idea, and I got that baby going back and forth. Once I was finished, I turned off the sprinkler and knocked on the guy's door. He paid me my $5 when he saw that his driveway was cleared. I was pretty excited about the way things worked out, and I figured if I found some more people with sprinklers, I could have multiple jobs going at once. Unfortunately, I couldn't find anyone else who was home. But my idea probably wouldn't have worked out anyway, because by the time I walked back down Prentice Lane, the driveway I hit with a sprinkler was frozen over. And when Dad got home, we had to go out and buy 5 big bags of rock salt to melt the guy's driveway. So now, instead of having money in my pocket for all my hard work, I'm $20 in the hole. Thursday. Dad wasn't too happy that I turned somebody's driveway into an ice skating rink yesterday, and he said he was disappointed in me for using poor judgment. That's the exact same phrase he used a few weeks ago when I scratched up his car. It all started when I won Student of the Week at school. When you win Student of the Week, they give you a bumper sticker that you can put on your family's car. The bumper sticker is pretty corny, but it was still cool to win it. It read, "My child is the Student of the Week, and I'm mighty proud." I'm not sure why I won, but I think they just give it to everyone eventually. Fregley won Student of the Week this past Friday, and I'm guessing it was for not biting anyone for 5 days straight. Mom wanted to put my sticker on her car, but her bumper is so overcrowded that I knew it would just get lost on there. So I asked Dad if I could put it on his car. Dad recently bought a new car, and I thought my Student of the Week sticker would look really sharp on his bumper. But Dad said he didn't want to junk up his new car. At first, I was disappointed, but I guess I could kind of understand where he was coming from. My family doesn't have anything that's really nice, and when Dad came home from the dealership with a sporty car, I was pretty surprised. Mom wasn't happy that Dad picked out a car without talking it through with her, though. She said the car looked flashy, and that since it only had 2 doors, it wasn't practical for a family of 5. But Dad said it was the car he wanted, and he kept it. After I talked to Dad, I didn't know what to do with my bumper sticker, so I just ended up giving it to Manny and telling him he could put it on his wagon or something. But Manny turned right around and put it smack in the middle of Dad's driver's side door. I freaked out because I knew Dad was going to think I was the one who put it there. I tried to peel it off, but they must use super glue on the backs of those things, so I got some soap and water and tried to scrub it off. But after 20 minutes of scrubbing, I'd barely made a dent. I started looking for different cleaning supplies in the cabinet under the kitchen sink, and I found some steel wool pads that looked like they might do the trick. Those things work pretty good on the pots and pans, so I figured they were worth the try on the car since it was metal too. Sure enough, the steel wool made the bumper sticker come off the car as easy as pie. In fact, it was so easy that I kind of got carried away. I used the steel wool pads to scrape off the bugs and bird poop too. I figured Dad would be pretty happy I was cleaning his car for free. But when I rinsed the car off with the hose, I got a huge surprise. The steel wool didn't just scrape the bumper sticker and bugs off the car, it scraped the paint off too. I panicked and started filling in the bare spots with a permanent marker. But the area where the bumper sticker had been was too big, so I wrote a note in Mom's handwriting and taped it over that spot. "Hi, honey. Hope you have a great day. P.S. Why not leave this note on your car so you can read it again tomorrow?" I thought the note might buy me a few days, but Dad uncovered the big area in no time flat. Dad was really mad at me, but Mom came to my defense. She said everyone makes mistakes and that the important thing is that I learn my lesson and move on. I owe Mom for that one. She calmed Dad down, and I didn't even get grounded. Dad took the car to the dealer to see how much it would be to get the paint touched up. The dealer told him it was going to cost a lot of money because it was a custom paint job. Mom told Dad this was a sign that it was a mistake to get a fancy car in the first place, and that he should just trade it in for a used minivan instead. So that's what he did. The funny thing is that the minivan already had a Student of the Week sticker on the bumper from the previous owners. But Dad didn't seem to appreciate the humor in that. Sunday. Our family usually goes to church at 9 a.m., but today we went to the folk service at 11. The folk service has a different kind of music than the regular one, and there's a band that plays guitars and stuff like that. Last week, Mom convinced Roderick to join the folk group because she got a flyer saying they were looking for a percussionist. I think Roderick imagined he was going to get to play his drums in church, so he signed up. But it turns out the folk group was looking for someone to play hand percussion instruments, like the tambourine and castanets. Roderick tried his best to look cool up there in the front of the church today, but it's really hard to pull that off when you've got a pair of maracas in your hands. I can totally relate to getting duped into joining something without knowing all the details. Last year, Mom told me I should join the church's pre-teen club. But then I found out they were really lax about who qualified as a pre-teen. I swear there wasn't a kid there older than 8. Every year, our church does this thing called the Giving Tree, where people in need put their requests in envelopes and hang them on the tree. Then a family picks a random envelope, and whatever it says inside is what they're supposed to buy. Stuff like, adult male requests a scarf and a pair of gloves. As far as I know, there aren't any rules about who's allowed to put a request on the Giving Tree, so I decided to try my luck and fill out a form of my own. But something told me Mom and Dad wouldn't approve, so I made sure it couldn't be traced back to me. Juvenile male requests cash, as much as you are willing to donate. Please leave the money in an unmarked envelope under the recycling bin behind the church. P.S. Make sure you're not followed. Monday. This year at school, they taped off a bunch of tables in the cafeteria so kids with nut allergies could eat in a separate section. I think it's great the school did that, but it means there's a lot less room for the rest of us to sit. I'm not sure anyone at my school is actually allergic to nuts, though, because for the first 2 months of this year, the tables in the taped-off area were completely empty. But I guess Ricardo Friedman liked the idea of all that elbow room, because today he plopped himself down in the middle of the nut-free zone and ate 2 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches he brought from home. Today we had a general assembly, and everyone was all excited because they told us we were going to get to watch a movie. But it was just one of those educational films about healthy eating. It was called The Nutritionauts versus the Greasy Grimelicks. I know I need to eat healthier, but if you take fast food out of my diet, I'm in big trouble because I'm probably something like 95% chicken nugget. The school has really been cracking down on junk food in the cafeteria. Last week, they replaced the soda machine with a bottled water machine. But if they're going to charge $1 for a bottle of water, they should probably think of a better place to put it. Not next to the water fountain. Duh. The school also got rid of a bunch of menu items like hot dogs and pizza and replaced them with healthier stuff. They even replaced French fries with a new item called Extreme Sports Sticks. But it took everyone about 5 seconds to figure out that Extreme Sports Sticks are just sliced carrots. I usually bring a bagged lunch to school, but the one thing I would always buy from the cafeteria was a chocolate chip cookie. Last week, though, the chocolate chip cookies were replaced by oatmeal raisin cookies. I still buy them, but I eat around the raisins, which is a lot of work. I can't tell you how many times I've bitten into an oatmeal raisin cookie thinking it was chocolate chip. I have a theory that oatmeal raisin cookies were invented as a practical joke a long time ago, and that they were never actually meant to be eaten. Most of the kids at school aren't too bothered by all the menu changes. But the thing that really set people off was when they took away the energy drinks. Like my favorite, Rowdy Riot. The reason the school stopped selling Rowdy Riot was because teachers were complaining that the red dye was making kids hyperactive. And if you walked into my classroom after lunch, you'd see what they were talking about. But when they stopped selling Rowdy Riot, people who were used to drinking 3 or 4 cans a day were totally unprepared to go cold turkey. In fact, some kids ended up having to go down to the nurse's office because they had the shakes from withdrawal. The school wouldn't bring Rowdy Riot back, no matter how much people complained. But the other day, Leon Goodson snuck in a backpack full of Rowdy Riot he'd brought from home and sold cans for $3 a pop. At recess, a few kids who'd bought Rowdy Riot from Leon ducked behind the school and slurped down their drinks where no one could see them. But one of the recess monitors, Mrs. Leahy, got suspicious and went back there to see what was going on. Mrs. Leahy told everyone they had to pour out their drinks immediately or she'd report them to the principal. So they did. But the second she was gone, the kids took off their shoes and sopped up the puddles with their socks. Slurp, slurp. Tuesday. One of the reasons the school has been getting on us about our eating habits is because the presidential fitness test is coming up, where they measure you on all sorts of stuff, like how many sit-ups and chin-ups you can do. Last year, our school was in the bottom 10% in the country, and I guess the school is trying to do anything they can to turn that around. Grown-ups say there's a big problem with kids in our generation being out of shape because they don't exercise enough. But I don't think taking away our playground equipment is really helping matters. In one part of the presidential fitness test, they checked to see how many push-ups you can do in a row. The girls in our class did better than the boys, but that's only because the girls get to do an easier kind of push-up. The boys have to keep their whole body straight and go all the way to the floor and then all the way back up again. But the girls get to let their knees touch the ground, so they have a huge advantage. Not all the girls were happy they got to do easier push-ups than the boys, though. In fact, a couple of girls signed a petition saying they demanded to do the same kind of push-ups as the boys. I'm pretty sure I know where they got that idea. In social studies, we're learning about different ways people throughout history have protested to change things they weren't happy about. I think the girls were expecting a big fight out of Mr. Underwood, but he just told them they could do regular push-ups if they felt like it. So now we're all in the same boat. I thought that petition thing was a good idea, though. I figured us boys should be allowed to do the easy push-ups if we want. So I wrote a petition and tried to get signatures. But I got a bad feeling when I saw the group of, shall I say, non-athletes who wanted to sign my petition, and I decided to just drop the whole thing. A couple of weeks ago, we had to do sit-ups during phys ed, but I got cramps and asked Mr. Underwood if I could just do the rest of my sit-ups as homework. He said that was okay, but he wanted proof that I did them. So the next morning, I got some of Mom's mascara and drew a 6-pack of abs on my stomach. Then I made sure I had my shirt off when Mr. Underwood walked through the locker room. The next thing I knew, though, I had a bunch of copycats, and the following day, half the guys in my class showed up with their own fake 6-packs. And some of those guys were really awful makeup artists. Still, I think we had Mr. Underwood fooled. At least until we got sweaty and the mascara ran. No more 6-packs. Wednesday. For the past few days, I've been getting alerts on my NetCritters account. And if I don't get some Critters cash soon, I could have a problem on my hands. The mood meter read, Gregory's little friend is feeling agitated. I asked Mom if she could just float me a few bucks so I could get my pet's mood meter back to calm, but she wouldn't budge. Then she said I shouldn't expect her to give me money to buy Christmas presents for the family this year either. She said I'm at the age where I need to be spending my own money so that my gifts mean something. Usually, Mom gives me $20 to spend on presents, and I do all my shopping at the holiday bazaar at school. It's great because I can get all my Christmas shopping done in one shot, and the stuff at the bazaar is dirt cheap. So I always come away with a little money I can spend on myself. I usually spend most of my money at the concession stand. They have the most delicious chicken drumsticks I've ever tasted. But they have a really goofy name, and you feel stupid ordering them. It goes like this. Me. Can I get some of those chicken leg thingies? She. You mean drummies? Me. If that's what you call them. Whatever. I don't know how I'm going to scrape together enough money to buy everyone a present. Basically, there are 2 times a year when I can count on getting spending money, and that's on my birthday and Christmas. I'm just glad my birthday's a few months away from Christmas, so I get separate gifts for both. I feel bad for people who have their birthday right around the holidays, because it gets lumped together with Christmas, and they end up getting cheated out of a gift. It's not fair, but I guess it's been happening for thousands of years, starting with Jesus. You know he heard, "This gift counts for Christmas and your birthday, Jesus." Gee, thanks. I realized something today, though. I might not have any cash, but I do have something valuable. My first edition signed copy of the Tower of Druids graphic novel. I got Tower of Druids signed by the author, Kenny Centazzo, at the comics convention in the city last year. Well, actually, I didn't technically get it signed. Mom did. I waited in line for 2.5 hours, and then I had to take a bathroom break. By the time I got back, Mom had gotten my book signed. I was bummed that I didn't get to meet Kenny Centazzo, but at least I got his autograph. I looked on the computer today and found out that a first edition signed copy of Tower of Druids is worth $40. So that'll cover me for Christmas presents, and I'll have enough left over to get Gregory's little friend that jacuzzi he seems to want. I told Mom about my plan to sell my book, and she didn't like the idea. She said I waited a long time to get that thing signed, and I would really regret selling it. Mom said that when I had kids, they'd be mad I sold it because it'll be worth a lot of money. Well, that settled it for me. I've already decided I'm not having any kids. I want to be a bachelor like my Uncle Charlie, who spends all his money on vacations and heated toilet seats and stuff like that, instead of forking it over to a bunch of ungrateful kids. I can thank my librarian, Mrs. Schneiderman, for getting me into the Tower of Druids series to begin with, because she's the one who started the graphic novel section in our school library. I don't know when they started calling comic books graphic novels, but I'm glad they did. Some of the teachers complain that they don't count as real reading, but the way I see it, if they're in the library, they're fair game for book reports. Unfortunately, when Mrs. Schneiderman put in the graphic novels, she got rid of the Easy Reader section. I always used the books in the Easy Reader section to do my reports for social studies, because you could whip through one of them in about 45 seconds. When I was little, I used to want to be an author myself. But whenever I started telling Mom my ideas, she'd say my story was just like some book that was already published. I realized all the good ideas were taken before I was even born. Mom said if I wanted to be an author, I should try coming up with something original. But it was really hard coming up with a fresh idea. So I just took one of my favorite books and more or less copied it word for word, with a few small tweaks. When Mom read what I wrote, She was really impressed, and I guess she thought I was some kind of genius or something. But I think Mom got a little carried away. She sent my book to a publisher in New York who told her I'd plagiarized Jeffrey the Gorilla, which was already a best-selling kids' book. Mom was pretty mad at me for passing off the book as my own, but I'm surprised she couldn't figure it out herself from reading it. To confess, I just changed gorilla to dinosaur. Jeffrey the dinosaur swings from vine to vine. He perches in a tree and eats a banana. Ooh, 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 Jeffrey says as he pounds his chest. Thursday. Well, it turns out my first edition copy of Tower of Druids is totally worthless. I brought it to the comic book shop yesterday afternoon, hoping to cash in, but the guy who works there told me the autograph was a forgery. I told him he didn't know what he was talking about, because Mom got my book signed by the actual author. But the comic book guy showed me a catalog with Kenny Centazzo's signature in it, and it looked completely different. I was really confused, but on the walk home, I realized what must have happened. Mom probably got tired of waiting in line at the comics convention and just signed the book herself. In fact, I should have figured that out from the inscription. Readers are winners. Keep reading to make your dreams come true. Your pal, Kenny. It wouldn't be the first time Mom pulled this sort of thing, because she has zero patience for waiting in line. When I was little, I used to like to get my picture taken with the characters at theme parks. But whenever there was more than a 5-minute wait, Mom would just walk to the front of the line and snap a picture of the character and whatever kid was posing with him. That's why our vacation photo albums are full of pictures of random people. When I got home, I went straight to Mom's room with my book, and the look on her face said it all. So now I know why she didn't want me to sell it. I just hope Mom knows that when she doesn't get a present from me on Christmas, she's only got herself to blame. Friday. Even though I was still pretty mad at Mom for forging that signature, she bailed me out today. At school, Rowley was carrying a present, and I asked him what it was for. He said it was his secret holiday buddy gift. I forgot all about the secret holiday buddy thing. Everyone at school is supposed to buy a gift for the person they get assigned and then give it anonymously. The person I was supposed to get a gift for was Dean Della Rosa, who I've known a long time. Back in 3rd grade, I got invited to Dean's birthday party, but Mom got the date wrong, and I showed up at his house a week early. Dean's mom told us the party was the following week, so we went home. But the gift Mom bought for Dean was really cool. A space robot. And I ended up playing with it myself. By the time Dean's actual birthday rolled around, I'd already broken the robot's hand and lost the gun that came with it. So I skipped the party. I felt guilty about that ever since, and today I didn't want to cheat Dean out of a gift for the 2nd time. So when I got to school, I asked the secretary in the front office to call Mom and see if she could pick something up for me. And she came through just in time. The teacher started handing out the secret holiday buddy gifts, and I got a jar of gummy bears. Finally, there was only one present under the tree, and it was the one for Dean. Unfortunately, Mom didn't understand that the gift was supposed to be anonymous, so it was totally embarrassing when the teacher read the card on Dean's present out loud. This one says, "To Dean Della Rosa, from your secret holiday buddy, Greg Heffley." Dean looked like he wanted to crawl under his desk and hide, and I felt the same exact way. Saturday. I always thought the only place in the world where you could get drummies was at the holiday bazaar. But today, me and Mom were at the grocery store, and you'll never believe what I found in the frozen food aisle. A 20-count box of drummies. Now I know that I can have drummies whenever I want, and that they're totally ripping us off at the holiday bazaar. You can buy a whole box at the store for what they charge for 3 or 4 individual drummies at school. In fact, now that I could get my own drummies, I realized I could run my own holiday bazaar. But first, I had to buy up the grocery store supply before the school beat me to it. Other kids in my neighborhood have done this sort of thing before. Last summer, Bryce Anderson and a bunch of his cronies set up a restaurant for all the neighborhood parents. I heard they pulled in almost $300, and I know for a fact that one of Bryce's goons bought a brand new BB gun with his share, 'cause he shot me in the butt with it. I knew I couldn't run a holiday bazaar all by myself, so I called Rowley and asked him to help out. We found some Christmas ornaments and some other stuff in my basement we could sell, but I figured if we were going to compete with the school's holiday bazaar, we'd have to come up with better games than the beanbag toss and the ping-pong ball bounce. Rowley suggested a dunk tank, but I told him I didn't think Mom would allow that in the house. Plus, we had a dunk tank when we ran a fun fair in Rowley's yard over the summer, and it was a disaster. We didn't know you were supposed to protect the guy in the dunk tank by putting him in a cage, so instead of aiming at the trigger, everyone aimed at the guy. Ouch. Me and Rowley decided it would be really cool if our holiday bazaar had a video game arcade. We didn't have the money to buy real arcade machines, so we got a bunch of cardboard boxes out of the basement to make homemade versions. We started off with Pac-Man, because we thought it would be pretty easy to make. In Pac-Man, you've got a little character who goes around eating pellets while getting chased by ghosts. In our version, we were going to have Rowley on the inside of the box, operating ghosts glued to pencils, while the person who was playing the game maneuvered Pac-Man from the outside with a popsicle stick. We spent the next 2 hours making the box look just like the real thing. But while we were working, Rowley started asking questions about how long he was going to be in the box and what would happen if he needed a bathroom break. I gave him an empty 2-liter soda bottle to keep in the box for when he had to go number 1. Rowley asked what he would do if he needed to go number 2, but I told him we'd cross that bridge when we came to it. Once we were done coloring in our machine, we started cutting out the groove where the popsicle sticks were supposed to go. But I guess we weren't really thinking ahead, because as soon as we cut the outer border, the whole maze fell inside the machine. So I guess we're not going to make a lot of money on Pac-Man unless people are willing to pay 25 cents to see Rowley sitting in a box. Sunday. Me and Rowley still have a lot of work to do to set up our holiday bazaar. But I realized we'd better not wait until the last minute to let people know about it. So we went down to the town newspaper's office and told them we wanted to order up a full-page color ad in tomorrow's edition. They said an ad like that would cost $1,000, and I told them we could pay for it the day after our event. But they wouldn't take an IOU, even when I told them how many drummies we were planning on selling. I suggested maybe they could just write an article about how 2 regular kids were putting together their own holiday bazaar and not charge us anything. But they told us they didn't consider our holiday bazaar newsworthy. I think it stinks that the newspaper basically gets to control the information people are getting. At home, I complained to Mom, and she suggested me and Rowley start our own newspaper and write about our bazaar. I thought that was a great idea, and we got right to work. We came up with a name for our paper and put together the front page. The Neighborhood Tattler. Headline: Drummy's Pricing Scam Exposed. Tatler reporters have uncovered a price gouging scheme at the school holiday bazaar that has been running unchecked for years. The popular chicken drumstick items, drummies, have been sold at the bazaar for more than 6 times their retail value. "I'm outraged," said a loyal customer who did not want to be. See Drummies, Section A2. Headline: New Bazaar offers alternative to school event. With the community reeling from the Drummy scandal, 2 boys have decided to make things right. "We've decided to start our own holiday bazaar," said Greg Heffley, an entrepreneur. See Bazaar, Section A3. We realized we were going to have to come up with some more pages for people to take our newspaper seriously, so we started brainstorming ideas for other sections we could add. I figured we needed a comics section, so we started there. TGIF by Rowley Jefferson. "Hey you, why are you running around in your underwear?" "It's Friday." "Yeah!" Stinky Sebastian by Greg Heffley. Coach to Skunk. "Okay, who forgot to wear deodorant?" Ned the Napkin by Rowley Jefferson. Ed. "Can you clean up my spilled soda, Ned?" Ned. "How come you always ask me?" We added an advice column where people write in questions about problems they're having. But we didn't have time to wait for people to send in real questions, so we just made a few up. Ask Greg. Dear Greg, my wife is always criticizing everything I do. The other day it was a little chilly out, so I wore socks with my sandals. My wife actually made me go back inside and put on shoes. I feel like she treats me like a child, but she has a very strong personality, and I'm afraid to stand up to her. What can I do? Sincerely, Frustrated. Dear Frustrated, it's never okay to wear socks with sandals. You should apologize to your wife immediately. Greg. Dear Greg, are you single? Sincerely, the ladies. Dear the ladies, why, yes, I am. Greg. Rowley was all excited about this newspaper, and he said he wanted to be like a real reporter and go out looking for stories. So I told him he should go around the neighborhood and see if he could dig up any dirt. But what Rowley came back with wasn't exactly hard-hitting news. Headline: Kitten Has a Fun Day by Rowley Jefferson. Yesterday, Mrs. Salter's kitten Mittens was seen frolicking in her front yard. Mittens spent an hour and a half chasing after a butterfly that was flying around Mrs. Salter's azaleas, and when the butterfly flew off, Mittens got very interested in something that was jumping near the front porch. But by the time I got close enough to see what Mittens was chasing, the thing had hopped away. I decided to make myself editor-in-chief so I could control the kinds of things we had in our newspaper. Because if Rowley had his way, our paper would be like a little girl's coloring book. Mom told us we should go to some businesses downtown and see if anyone was willing to pay for ads to cover the cost of our first printing. The only person who was willing to buy an ad in our paper was Tony from Papa Tony's Pizza. And I'm pretty sure the reason he agreed to help is because we're in there at least twice a week, and he didn't want to lose our business. Tony gave us just enough money to buy some color ink cartridges, so we printed 100 copies. Monday. Yesterday, we went around town trying to sell our papers, but nobody wanted to pay, and we had to start giving them out for free. When we handed a paper to Tony, he didn't seem too happy that his ad was running next to a negative review of his restaurant. Papa Tony's Pizza Stinks by food critic Greg Heffley. Have you noticed that Papa Tony's has started to really go downhill lately? It all started when they took the barbecue chicken pizza off of their menu and replaced it with a spinach pizza. Then they stopped selling grape soda. Papa Tony's was the only place in town you could get grape soda, so now I have to drink root beer, but it's really not the same. And half the time the soda water doesn't mix right with the syrup, so you either get corn syrup sludge or soda water. I think they're just trying to give you a bad fountain soda experience so you'll pay for the canned soda, which costs twice as much. My last complaint is about the napkins. You used to be able to use as many as you wanted, but now Tony only lets you have 2, and if you take more, he gives you a dirty look. This was next to an ad that said, Papa Tony's 2-for-1 deal. Order any one-topping pizza and get a second one free. Mention this ad and you'll get an additional $1 off your order. Offer expires on December 31st. I told him if he bought a bigger ad for the next edition of the paper, we could arrange for a more positive write-up. We still had a few dozen papers left, and since we were handing them out for free, I figured I could unload them at school. But when I started giving them to kids as they walked in the door, Vice Principal Roy asked me what I was doing. He said I couldn't hand out an unauthorized publication on school grounds, and that he was going to have to confiscate my papers. But I knew what this was really all about. Vice Principal Roy was just spooked that we were going to give the school a run for its money with our holiday bazaar. I was still pretty mad about the whole thing when I got home this afternoon, and I decided I wasn't going to just roll over and let Vice Principal Roy shut us down. Even though Vice Principal Roy took our papers, I figured I could make some signs and hang them up around town to advertise. I knew Mom kept poster board and markers in the laundry room for school projects, so I got to work. I used the neon green poster board because I wanted to make sure you could see our signs from a mile away. I finished making the posters after dinner and called Rowley to ask for help putting them up. We started with the school because I figured a lot of parents would see them when they dropped their kids off in the morning. They said stuff like, Holiday Bazaar, 12 Surrey Street. Fun, games, prizes. Cheap drummies. But right when we were done hanging them up, it started to rain, and the marker on our signs ran, and soon they were pretty much worthless. Fun, games, prizes. But when we pulled them down, we got a huge shock. The rain had made the green dye from the poster board bleed too, and now there were huge green splotches all over the brick wall. We tried to get the green dye off the wall, but that stuff was like permanent ink. I knew we couldn't leave giant green stains all over the school, so I tried to figure out what to do next. But right at that moment, someone yelled at us from the street. Hey, what are you kids doing? Me and Rowley panicked and took off. We ran across the parking lot and through the shortcut in the woods, then kept running until we were sure we'd lost whoever was back there. I wish we didn't run, because if we had just stayed and explained ourselves, it probably would have been fine. I don't know if the person who called out was a parent or a police officer or what, but I just hope they didn't recognize us, because if they did, we could be in some serious trouble. Tuesday. When I woke up this morning, I thought maybe everything that happened last night was just a bad dream. But then I saw the newspaper on the kitchen table. The Daily Herald. Vandals deface middle school. Vandals struck last night under cover of darkness and rain, leaving large, bright green stains on the front wall of the town middle school. See accompanying police sketches of suspects. The meaning of the green blobs is still unknown, but police suspect it could be gang-related. Graffiti artists have caused a lot of property damage in the past 6 months, said Sergeant Peters of the town police force. See Vandals, Section A2. So now I'm basically a criminal. Believe it or not, this isn't the first time I've been falsely accused of a crime. When I was in the Boy Scouts, I was trying to earn my service project merit badge, and I had to do some kind of good deed. Mom said I should go over to Leisure Towers and see if there were any elderly people who needed help carrying groceries or something like that. And she told Roderick he had to give me a ride. When we got to the parking lot of Leisure Towers, there was a lady walking around who looked like she was lost. We asked the lady if she needed any help, and she said she was just walking to the supermarket on the other side of the apartment building. But I knew the nearest supermarket was almost 5 miles away in the opposite direction, so we said we'd give her a ride. The only condition was that she had to ride in the back, because I had already called shotgun. We dropped the woman off at the supermarket, and then we went home. When we walked in the door, I was pretty excited to tell Mom about my good deed. I told her about the lady and how we gave her a ride to the supermarket a few miles from Leisure Towers and saved her a lot of walking. But Mom said there was a brand new supermarket a block away from Leisure Towers, and the woman had probably been heading there. So that meant we dropped her off 5 miles from where she was trying to go. And now she didn't have a way to get home. Mom said we had to get back in the van and see if we could find the lady. So we went to the supermarket where we dropped her off. But a cashier told us she'd already finished her shopping and left. We eventually found the lady walking along the highway with her groceries. We tried to offer her a ride back to Leisure Towers, but this time she wouldn't get in the van. I guess she must have called the local TV station to report us once she got home, because that night we were on the news. The newscasters had a field day. Teens are kidnapping residents of Leisure Towers. Could your grandmother be next? This school vandalism thing seems a lot more serious, though. Luckily, the eyewitness sketches in the paper didn't really look like me and Rowley, so I thought maybe we'd be okay. But when I got to school, all anyone wanted to talk about was who was behind the green blobs. The school had a general assembly in third period, and the topic was the so-called graffiti on the front of the school. Vice Principal Roy said someone had spray painted the front wall, and he was sure the perpetrators were students at our school. He said someone in the auditorium knew who was responsible, and that it was terrible to live with a guilty conscience. Then he said he was going to put a locked box in the cafeteria to make it easy for someone to leave an anonymous tip. At lunch, I could tell Rowley was really freaking out, so I reminded him that this vandalism thing was a lot of baloney, and we didn't really do anything wrong. But Rowley said if he got a criminal record, he wouldn't be able to get into college or get a job, and that his whole future would be ruined. It took a while, but eventually I convinced him to just stay cool and wait for the whole thing to blow over. After lunch, the police came to the school, and Vice Principal Roy started calling kids down to the front office one by one. At first, I was worried someone had identified us. But then I realized Vice Principal Roy was only calling the names of the worst troublemakers. That's when I knew they didn't have any real evidence, and I started to relax. At recess, a kid named Mark Ramone told us what happened when he went in for questioning. The police had a machine that they said was a lie detector, and they claimed it was foolproof, so there was no point in fibbing. Mark said it was pretty obvious the lie detector was really just a photocopier. But whenever Mark said something the police didn't like, Sergeant Peters hit the copy button, and out came a piece of paper that read, "He's lying." I guess the police eventually gave up, because after lunch, Vice Principal Roy stopped calling kids down to the front office. So I finally feel like we're off the hook. Wednesday. When I got to school today, I thought the green dye incident was totally behind me. so I was pretty surprised when I heard my name on the loudspeaker during morning announcements. "Greg Heffley, report to Vice Principal Roy's office immediately." I walked into Vice Principal Roy's office, and he told me to take a seat. He said he knew I was one of the culprits responsible for the green blobs and asked me if I had anything to say for myself. I looked around the room for the lie detector machine, but I didn't see it, and I decided my best move was to just keep quiet or maybe ask for a lawyer. Then Vice Principal Roy pulled a piece of paper out of the anonymous tip box and showed it to me. It said, "Me and Greg Heffley vandalized the school." All of a sudden, everything made sense. Rowley confessed, but he kept himself anonymous. I don't know if Rowley did it that way on purpose, or if he's just a total doofus, but I'm guessing it's door number 2. I didn't see any reason to play dumb at that point, so I told Vice Principal Roy the whole story. I told him about the signs and how the rain made the poster board bleed and how we panicked and ran. Vice Principal Roy thought about it for a while, and then he told me I should have come clean earlier. He said he was going to have to give me a punishment to make sure I learned my lesson, and said that after school I had to scrub the green dye off the wall with bleach. Then he gave me a choice. He said I could name my co-conspirator, or I could just take the punishment myself. Let me tell you, that was not an easy one. I really wanted to stick it to Rowley for writing my name on that piece of paper, but I also didn't see the point in both of us getting in trouble for something that I basically dragged him into. So I decided this time around, I'd just take one for the team. And if Rowley gets into a good college or gets some dream job later on, I hope he remembers to thank me. Thursday. It took me 2 hours to scrub the green dye off the wall yesterday, and it was hard work. I tried to get Vice Principal Roy to get me a few steel wool pads so we could speed things along, but he told me I needed to stick with the bleach. I finally got home around 5 p.m., and there was a note on the front door. When I read it, I almost passed out. It was from the town police department. "We came by, but no one was home. We will come back later. Sergeant Peters." I couldn't believe Vice Principal Roy gave me up to the police. I thought we were going to keep this between us, and that once I served my punishment, it was over and done with. All I know is, I can't go to jail. This year, they took our class on a scared straight field trip to the local prison. They had these prisoners talk to us about what their lives were like in jail, and it really freaked everybody out. But it wasn't the idea of being locked up that scared me. It was the fact that the toilets in the cells are right out in the open. I have a huge issue when it comes to privacy. It's bad enough at school when you come back from the bathroom and everyone wants to know all the details. Psst. Psst. Did you poop? Good grief! That's what I call nosy. I've never actually broken the law before, but when I was little, I thought I did. They used to have this thing at my supermarket called the Cupcake Club, where they gave a free cupcake to everyone under 8 years old. I had a membership card and everything. Well, I kept taking a cupcake even after I turned 8, and every time I did, I thought I was going to get busted. Then this one time, an alarm went off at the exact moment I bit into a strawberry frosted cupcake with sprinkles. Ring! Looking back, I'm pretty sure what happened was that someone accidentally tripped the fire alarm or something, but I was convinced it was for me and that the cops were going to swoop in and place me under arrest. So I made a run for it. Luckily, Mom found me a few streets away, because as far as I was concerned, I was a fugitive and had started my life of crime. But this vandalism thing was a whole lot more serious than the Cupcake Club episode. So when Mom got home with Manny, I didn't tell her about the note. The person I was really worried about was Dad. I haven't been on his good side lately. In fact, this morning we had an incident I'm sure he's still sore over. I was asleep when I heard someone knocking on the front door, but I didn't want to get out of bed to answer it. I was hoping whoever was there would just go away and come back later. But the knocking got louder and louder, and the person out there was acting like a maniac. I buried myself in my covers and just prayed that whoever it was wouldn't knock the door down. I thought about calling the police, but then I remembered I was a wanted man and that I'd have to deal with this problem on my own. Eventually, I got brave enough to go downstairs and grab a baseball bat out of the garage to protect myself. Then it got quiet, and I pulled the curtain back to see if the person was still out there. But I was surprised to see Dad standing on the front step. He had gotten his tie stuck in the door and had left his keys inside, so he just needed me to open it to let him loose. So I'm sure Dad is ready to ship me off to juvenile detention the first chance he gets. In fact, if he's home when the police come, he'll probably hand me over into their custody without batting an eye. It turns out, I don't have to worry about Dad, at least not for the next 24 hours. It started snowing pretty hard around dinner tonight, and Dad called Mom to say it was too dangerous for him to drive home, so he was going to stay overnight in a hotel near his office. That means I've got until tomorrow to figure out my next move. Friday. It looks like I'll have more time than I thought. It snowed all night, and by the time I woke up this morning, the snow was 3 feet high. They even canceled school. Apparently, we're in the middle of a blizzard. Rowley actually called last night to tell me we were supposed to get a ton of snow, but I didn't believe him. Every year around this time, Rowley calls to tell me there's a huge snowstorm coming, and he's always wrong. His family taped one of those holiday specials a few years ago, and the night they recorded it, a severe weather warning was on the bottom of the screen. So now, the weather warning is a permanent part of the recording. Every time Rowley watches that holiday special, he calls me up and tells me a blizzard is coming. I used to fall for it, but I stopped believing him after he called me in a panic when he watched the special over summer vacation. So it looks like we're snowed in. Ordinarily, I would be really happy to be stuck in the house, because it would give me a good excuse to play Net Critters all day long. But my account is locked thanks to Manny. A few days ago, Mom decided it would be a good idea to teach Manny how to use the computer, so she let him play on my Net Critters account while I was at school. By the time I got home, Manny traded in everything I ever earned in the game for tokens, and then blew all of them in the Critters Casino. And the worst part is that Manny somehow figured out how to change my password, so now I can't even play the game and earn my stuff back. For the past few days, I've been getting emails from Net Critters telling me I need to get back on the site, but there's nothing I can do about it. And if something doesn't change soon, I don't think my chihuahua is gonna make it. I'm getting emails like, to Heffley Gregory, from Net Critters, subject, SOS. Dear Gregory, Gregory's little friend misses you. Purchase more tokens for your virtual pet before it's too late. This isn't the only password Manny has changed either. He figured out how to mess with the settings on our TV and change the parental lock feature. The parental lock thing is supposed to allow parents to control what their kids can watch, but Manny changed the settings so that the only shows we can watch are his favorites. And he won't give up the password, no matter how much we try to bribe him. Luckily, I can still play video games on the TV. But Mom just got this exercise game, and now she spends an hour a day using my system. When it got cold a few weeks ago, Mom said she wanted the whole family to use her exercise game so we'd stay active during the winter. I tried it out, but I don't really like to sweat while I'm playing video games. The problem is, the game keeps track of how much you exercise each day, so Mom was on my case about not using it. But then I figured out I could use the controller instead of my body, and within a few days, I had all the high scores on the game just by tapping the remote. When Mom saw my high scores, she took it as a personal challenge to beat them. I feel like I should probably come clean and tell her I cheated, but she's already lost 5 pounds trying to get on the leaderboard, so I think I'll do her a favor and keep my mouth shut. Mom always says I need to spend less time on the couch and more time being active. But the way I see it, I'm just conserving my energy for later on. When all my friends are in their 80s and their bodies are broken down, I'll just be getting started. This morning, Mom wanted to turn on the Weather Channel to see when the blizzard was going to end. But Manny wasn't budging on the parental lock, so she went into the kitchen and turned on the radio. The weather report said we could expect another 1.5 feet overnight, which means this storm is going to break all the records for our area by the time it's finished. On the one hand, I was pretty happy, because that meant I had some more time to figure out what to do about the police situation. But I was a little worried, too. The snow was already up to our mailbox, and it wasn't showing any sign of stopping. Mom wasn't stressed out about the snow, though. She said it was a good opportunity to slow down and relax, and told me I should go down in the storage room to get a puzzle. But there was no way I was getting a puzzle from the storage room. I have a big phobia about puzzles, and that's because once when I got one out of the basement, I opened the box and it was full of crickets that had made a nest in there. After lunch, Mom said that even though we were going to miss school, she was going to make sure we didn't fall behind in our education. She said that 200 years ago, all the kids went to school in one classroom, and that we could do the same sort of thing in our house. But if I was in the same classroom as a kid Manny's age back in the old days, I would have gone bananas. For crying out loud, I already know the alphabet. Saturday. Last night, Mom brought up some stuff from the basement to keep us entertained. She found a magic set I got for my 6th birthday, and all the tricks were still in it. I never really played with the magic set because I couldn't read the directions when I got it. But today, I read through the instructions and tried a few tricks out. Hole in the table trick. Tell the audience there's a magical hole in the table, and that you can prove it by pushing a plastic cup straight through it. Put a piece of tinfoil over a plastic cup and wrap it tight. Slide the plastic cup toward you and allow it to fall out onto your lap, but don't let the audience see you do it. Slap down on the empty tinfoil shell with your hand, standing up at the same time. The plastic cup will fall out of your lap and onto the floor, making it seem as if it has passed through the table. Voila! The first trick worked pretty well, and I had Manny believing there was actually a magical hole in the table. I really wish I hadn't done that trick for Manny, though. When Mom was in the bathroom washing her face, Manny got her glasses off the dresser and brought them into the kitchen to try the trick himself. He slammed down on the glasses, thinking they'd go through the magic hole. There was a sickening crunch. When Mom got out of the bathroom to look for her glasses, I had to tell her what happened. Mom is practically blind without her glasses, so she said me and Roderick were going to have to help her out with Manny until Dad came home and she could get a new pair. Roderick said he had some urgent homework assignments to work on, and he took off for the basement, leaving me to deal with Manny. I had to brush Manny's teeth and tie his shoes, and then I had to make him breakfast. I poured some milk in the bowl and then dumped Manny's favorite cereal on top. Well, Manny was upset that I poured the milk in first, and he had a fit. He wanted a new bowl of cereal, since he said I did it in the wrong order. But I didn't want to waste a perfectly good bowl of cereal, so I refused to do it. Mom asked what was going on, and I told her Manny was just being ridiculous. I expected her to back me up and tell Manny to just eat his cereal the way it was, but Mom said she wouldn't eat it with the milk poured in first either. You know, back in the old days, adults were respected because of how wise they were, and people went to them to help settle disputes. Wise men on a hill would bring justice to the world, saying, "For your crimes, you must repay your neighbor with 3 hens and a rooster." Nowadays, it's a whole different world, and half the time, I wonder if grown-ups should really be in charge. For example, once a week, my mom asks, "Can you show us how to work the microwave again?" So Mom went upstairs to take a shower, and after she was finished, she yelled down and said there were no towels in the bathroom. So I got one from the linen closet and tried to give it to her. But the handoff was tricky because she couldn't see, and I was shutting my eyes as tight as I could. Later that morning, Manny had to use the bathroom, and Mom said she needed me to go in there and keep him entertained. But that's where I put my foot down, because I knew what she had in mind. Manny used to make Mom read to him while he sat on the potty, but it has just escalated from there, to the point we're now talking hand puppets and silly voices. After Manny was finished in the bathroom, Mom said I needed to make him lunch. She said he likes hot dogs, so I got one out of the refrigerator and put it in the microwave. Mom told me Manny is really finicky about the way his mustard goes on his hot dog, and she said he likes a straight line right down the middle. I didn't want a repeat of Manny's breakfast meltdown, so I tried to make the line of mustard as perfectly straight as possible. I was pretty sure I got it right, all the way from end to end. Manny had another temper tantrum, though. I thought the line must not have been straight enough, so I got a napkin and wiped the mustard off to give it another try. But I guess Manny thought that hot dog was tainted, so I had to microwave another one. This time, I tried to be extra careful with the mustard, but when I showed it to Manny, it was the exact same result as before. Mom asked me to describe how I was doing it, and I told her I was making a straight line of mustard along the length of the hot dog. But Mom told me Manny likes his line of mustard across the hot dog, like a belt maybe, barely an inch long. When I did it like that, he finally calmed down. See, this is the kind of nonsense I'm dealing with right now. I've seen a lot of movies where a kid my age finds out he's got magical powers and then gets invited to go away to some special school. Well, if I've got an invitation coming, now would be the perfect time to get it. Sunday. This morning at 10 o'clock, Mom told me to go downstairs and wake up Roderick. But when I walked down the basement steps, I could tell something was seriously wrong. There was at least a foot of water covering the basement floor. I guess all that snow was too much for the ground to hold, and it caused the basement to flood. I told Mom to come downstairs quick, and when she did, she was really upset that a bunch of our stuff was ruined. But to be honest with you, there were some things floating in the water that I didn't mind getting wrecked. Mom keeps a memory box for each of us kids, and mine was on the bottom shelf, so it was mostly underwater. One of the things that was in the box was my bedwetting calendar from when I was 8 years old. Let me just say in my defense that there was a perfectly good reason why I was wetting the bed back then. In those days, I drank a lot of water before I went to sleep at night, and then I'd have these crazy dreams that made me need to go. They always seemed to feature firemen with ripped hoses desperate for a way to put out a fire. I finally figured out what the issue was, but not before I got 5 frowny face stickers in a row. Some of the yearbooks from my elementary school days were soaked, but I didn't mind that either. My 5th grade yearbook was in my memory box, and that's the one where we were allowed to choose whatever kind of background we wanted for our school picture. I was the only kid in the whole school who chose natural setting, which was me sitting on a branch up in a tree. I knew I should have just gone with a regular background, but Mom talked me into it when the forms came home from school. She actually gushed. "Pick this one. You'll look so rugged." I don't really understand why Mom was so upset. Most of the stuff that got ruined was in the basement for a reason, and that's because we never use it. One of the things Mom was really sad about was a spoon carousel Gammy gave us 5 or 6 years ago. I think we were supposed to collect a spoon from every country in the world, but we only got up to Canada. I did feel pretty bad for Mom when she found out one of the family photo albums got ruined. A few years ago, Mom got into scrapbooking, and she spent a lot of time cutting out pictures and doing these really fancy photo pages. But there's one page in that album I didn't like, because Roderick always teases me about it. It's the one where I had a breakdown before a pony ride at the state fair. Roderick always says I was scared of the pony, but that's not true at all. I was scared of the guy handling the pony, but Mom cropped him out of the picture. Speaking of Roderick, the flooding didn't seem to bother him at all. In fact, I'll bet if I hadn't woken him up, he would have kept sleeping even if his bed floated up the stairs and out of the house. The rest of the day was pretty awful. The water in the basement kept getting higher, so we had to make a bucket relay line with some of Manny's sand pails. Dad called from his hotel room to check in on us, and Mom told him what happened. Dad said he was really sorry he wasn't home to help, but something tells me he's okay with the way things worked out for him. I would love to trade places with Dad right now, because he's got a clean room and a king-size bed all to himself. Mom told me and Roderick that since the basement was flooded, we're going to have to share my room. She said it would be good for both of us to get used to having a roommate, because it was practice for college. Me and Roderick shared a room this summer for a weekend. We had to spend a few days at Grandma's, while Mom and Dad took Manny to a kiddie amusement park. Grandma has a guest room, so I figured one of us would sleep on her couch, and the other would get the guest bed. But Grandma said the guest room was occupied, so we couldn't sleep there. She'd given the whole room to Sweetie, the dog we gave her. But you'd hardly know he's the same dog, because Grandma feeds him so much he looks like a tick that's about to pop. Grandma said me and Roderick could sleep together on the pull-out couch she has in the living room. But that couch is covered in plastic because she doesn't trust us kids not to spill something on it. So me and Roderick spent a whole weekend sleeping side by side on a queen-size pull-out couch. I'd wake up every morning in a pool of sweat, and I don't even know if it was Roderick's or mine. I'm pretty sure that in prison you sleep in bunk beds, so if they lock me up, at least I'll have a better sleeping arrangement than I did at Grandma's this summer. Monday. After 12 hours of sharing a room with Roderick, I'm thinking of marching down to the police station and turning myself in, because there's no punishment they can dream up that could be worse than what I'm dealing with at home. Last night, Roderick brought a bunch of his stuff from the basement and put it in my room. This is supposed to be a temporary living situation, but Roderick is treating it like a permanent one. Roderick's got his drum set, with his band's logo, Loaded Diaper, on it, on stacks of books to air it out, and his dirty clothes are everywhere. This morning, when I was getting dressed, I put on a pair of boxer shorts that was sitting on my dresser. But by the time I realized it was actually Roderick's dirty underwear, it was too late. So until Mom did a load of laundry, I wore my Halloween costume. It was uncomfortable, but at least I knew for sure it was clean. This afternoon, we were down in the basement seeing if there was anything we could salvage from the flood. I noticed something strange floating in the water in the storage room, and when I picked it up, I almost passed out. At first, I thought it was a real baby, but then I realized it was my long-lost doll, Alfredo. After all this time, Alfredo wasn't looking too good. I think a mouse must have gotten to him, and spending a day in the water didn't help either. But in a weird way, I was kind of glad to see him. I was living with the guilt of losing Alfredo for all these years, and now I found out he was in the house all along. In fact, I couldn't figure out how he wound up in the storage room. But I realized it had to be Dad. He was never really on board with the whole doll idea, and I'm sure he got rid of Alfredo when I wasn't looking. I figured I'd confront Dad about kidnapping my doll when he got home, but at the moment, I had bigger things to worry about. The first one was what I was gonna eat. Over the past few days, we've been running low on food, and if this snow doesn't melt quick, I don't know what we're gonna do. Mom was supposed to go grocery shopping the day the blizzard hit, so we have less food than usual to begin with. She said we're gonna have to start rationing until she can go back out. That could be a while, though. The snow is piled up 3 feet high against the front door, so we're basically trapped inside. And Roderick is spoiling the food we do have left. He drinks milk straight from the carton, so there's no way I'm gonna touch that now. I'm actually kind of mad at Dad, because if it wasn't for him, we'd have all the milk we wanted. A few years ago, I won a contest at the state fair where you had to guess how much a baby goat weighed, and the winner got to take it home. I guessed the weight right, but Dad wouldn't let me have the goat. And if we had that goat, I could have a glass of milk whenever I wanted. Mom found some burritos in the back of the freezer last night and made them for dinner, but they tasted funny, so I wouldn't eat them. Mom said I needed to eat something, so I had ketchup as my main course. Manny didn't seem to mind the burritos, but he'll eat just about anything as long as he's got his favorite condiment on it. When Sweetie lived with us, he used to chew on the furniture, so we sprayed it with this stuff called bitter apple spray that dogs can't stand the taste of. But for whatever reason, Manny loves the taste of bitter apple spray, and to this day, he uses it on almost everything he eats. Speaking of Sweetie, I got so hungry today that I was seriously thinking about eating some of the dog treats I found in the back of our pantry. I mean, they were called bacon snacks, made with real animal byproducts. Sounds good, right? But Mom told me they have different standards for making dog food than they do for people food, so that stopped me from eating any. At least for now. I can't believe I'm practically starving here while Sweetie is living the good life at Grandma's, enjoying her home-cooked meals. I only have myself to blame about the food situation, though. We had a bunch of canned food until a week before Thanksgiving, but then I gave almost all of it to the food drive at school. I got rid of the things I don't like to eat, like yams and beets. But I'll bet whoever got our rejects is having a pretty good laugh about it right now. I was starting to wonder whether toothpaste had any nutritional value when I remembered I actually did have something edible in my desk drawer. When Dad wouldn't let me take the goat home from the state fair, Mom got me a giant gobstopper to make up for it. I spent the whole fall working on that thing. I figure if we do run out of food in the house, that gobstopper will help me survive at least another week. Tonight the electricity cut out for a few seconds and then came back on. Mom said there was a lot of ice on the power lines and we were probably going to lose our electricity at some point. She said if that happened, we needed to keep the freezer door closed so the food inside didn't thaw out and get ruined. She also said we'd need to keep the doors to the house shut so we didn't lose too much heat. Manny got really upset, and whenever he gets scared, he hides in his room. One time, when Manny was younger, I told him a witch lived in our basement, and he got really spooked. He went missing for a few hours, but we eventually tracked him down to his sock drawer. Mom was right about the electricity, because 15 minutes after her prediction, the power cut off and didn't come back on. She tried to call the electric company, but her cell phone battery was dead. Every hour, the temperature dropped another 2 or 3 degrees, and we had to get a blanket to keep ourselves warm. Manny just stayed in his room the whole time, and I'm sure he was scared out of his mind. I was actually pretty worried myself. When you're used to having electricity, and then all of a sudden it's taken away, you're basically just one step away from being a wild animal. And with no phone or TV, we were totally cut off from the outside world. I would have felt a lot better if our street was plowed, because then we'd at least be connected to the rest of civilization. But I'm sure the snowplow guy is gonna come to our street last, because every time he comes up our hill, he gets ambushed by the big kids and snowballed something awful. There really wasn't any point in staying awake, so I just went to bed, and Roderick followed me into the room a few minutes later. It was freezing cold, and I remembered a story I read in a magazine about these 2 guys who were stranded out in the wilderness and had to share a sleeping bag to conserve body heat. I looked over at Roderick and thought about it for a second. But then I decided my dignity was more important to me than staying alive. All I can say is, prison's gotta be a lot better than this. I'm pretty sure they guarantee you a warm cell and 3 meals a day, so when the police do come back, believe me, I'll be ready to go. Tuesday. When I woke up today, I realized I'd somehow lost Alfredo again, but I wasn't too upset about it. I was pretty happy to be reunited with my doll yesterday, but it hasn't been easy picking up where we left off. This morning I noticed it was snowing a lot less, but the electricity was still out, and Mom said we were just gonna have to adapt to our new circumstances until the snow melted. She said I hadn't showered in a few days, and I couldn't live like a savage. I promised Mom I'd bathe twice a day once the electricity came back on, but she made me go upstairs to take a shower anyway. The water was freezing cold, and the only towel in the bathroom was one Mom used yesterday, so I had to dry myself with some gauze I found in the cabinet under the sink. After I got dressed, I heard a knock on the front door. I thought maybe the police had finally come to take me away, and I felt dizzy. But when I looked out the window, I saw Rowley standing there, and he had something in his hands. I thought Rowley had come to rescue us, but when I opened the door, he told me he brought us Christmas cookies, and then he asked me if I wanted to come outside and play. I told him he was out of his mind, and asked him how his family was surviving without any electricity, but he looked confused. Rowley said his family still had electricity, and everyone else on the street did too. And sure enough, I could see people's Christmas lights on up and down the street. Then Rowley asked me if I wanted to make a snowman. I slammed the door shut, but only after I helped myself to a few cookies. I told Mom what Rowley said about the electricity, and she told me to go down to the basement to see if there was something wrong with our fuse box. When I opened it up and looked at the circuit breaker, here's what I found. The only switch that was on was the one for Manny's room. I ran upstairs, and when I opened Manny's door, I got a blast of heat. Manny was sitting there with a space heater, a pile of food, and a bunch of other stuff, too. When things got bad, Manny must have figured it was every man for himself. I think he would have let the rest of us freeze to death as long as he had enough to survive. Mom asked Manny why he cut off the power to the rest of the house, and he started blubbering that it was because no one ever taught him how to tie his shoes. While Mom dealt with Manny, I went down to the basement and switched on the circuit breakers for the rest of the house. the electricity came back on, and the furnace kicked in. A few minutes after that, Dad called. He said the highways were clear and that he was coming home. I looked out the window and saw the plow coming up our hill. Mom said it was a miracle that Dad was going to be home for Christmas Eve, but to be honest with you, I had totally forgotten what day it was until that moment. Dad picked up some food on the way home, and the rest of us ate like a pack of wolves. And let me just say, I'll never take food for granted again. Mom said she was going to go out with Dad to try and find a place that was open that sold glasses. Before she left, Mom asked me to take a present down to the police station for the toy drive and put it in the outdoor bin, because today was the last day you could turn a gift in. But I wasn't too eager to show my face at the police station, and I really didn't need to spend Christmas in jail. I knew I'd let some kid down if I didn't turn in our present, though, so I found a ski mask in our closet and headed out. It took forever to get to the police station, and I crawled the last 20 feet to the bin just to play it safe. Once I knew the coast was clear, I stood up and tossed the present in the bin. Then I turned around and headed home. But when I walked by the church, I remembered something. I had filled out a request for the giving tree, and I asked whoever got my envelope to leave my cash under the recycling bin behind the church. The church parking lot was covered in snow. I was pretty sure the recycling bin was buried somewhere behind the church, but I didn't know the exact spot. Luckily, there was a shovel leaning up against the wall, and I started digging to find the recycling bin. But it wasn't in the place I thought it would be, and I ended up clearing out a huge area looking for it. I wish the church had a hose attached to the back of the building, because that would have made the job go a lot easier. I was pretty desperate to find that envelope, because I figured if I was going to start my life on the run, I could really use a big wad of cash to get me by for the first few weeks. But when I finally found the recycling bin, there was no envelope beneath it. I was pretty bummed on the walk back home, and I forgot all about being careful not to be seen. So I was totally unprepared when I got to my front door and a police car pulled in the driveway right behind me. I thought this was it for me, so I ran inside and locked the door. But when the police knocked, Roderick let them in. I thought about jumping out the back window and making a run for it, but I'm glad I didn't, because I would have looked like an idiot. It turns out the police weren't there for me at all. They were just there to collect last-minute gifts for the toy drive. I thought they might be bluffing, and that they were just using the toy drive as a way of flushing me out. But I finally worked up the courage to go to the front door, and I even brought a donation with me and tried to act casual. Hey, I said. Take good old Alfredo. The police said they couldn't accept a used toy as a donation, and that they were only taking new items in their original packaging. I actually think they were just a little freaked out by Alfredo, because they seemed to leave in a hurry after that. Christmas. When I woke up this morning, I couldn't believe it was Christmas, and I was in my house with electricity and heat and wasn't on the run from the police. I went downstairs to see if there was anything under the tree, but I was totally shocked to find there weren't any gifts at all. At first, I thought it was all Santa Scout's fault, and that he'd been running his mouth about the trouble I've gotten myself into lately. But Mom came downstairs a few minutes later and told me Santa did come last night, and that he left our gifts in the garage. Mom said the snowstorm really messed up Santa's schedule, so he ran out of time to wrap presents and just put them in garbage bags instead. That didn't make a lot of sense to me, but at that point, I was relieved to be getting any gifts at all. The rest of the family came downstairs, and Mom said we could have fun reaching in the trash bags and guessing what our gifts were. It wasn't really the same. But I think Dad was pretty happy he didn't have any wrapping paper to clean up. After I was done with the gifts in the trash bag, Mom handed me a wrapped present that she said was from her. It was my Tower of Druids graphic novel, so I was a little confused. Mom said she felt bad about forging Kenny Centazzo's autograph, so she found out where he was appearing a few weeks ago and got my book signed for real this time. She said she had to wait in line for 3 hours, but she was happy to do it for me. She said she asked him, "Please write to my biggest fan, Greg." But based on what's written in my book now, I'm guessing Kenny Centazzo didn't hear my name correctly. It says, "To my biggest fan, Craig. Kenny Centazzo." Hopefully, I can find a rich guy named Craig who's really into graphic novels so I can sell it to him for a pile of cash. Roderick got a snare drum and some drumsticks, and Manny got a bunch of toys and a pair of sneakers. Even though Mom taught Manny how to tie his shoes yesterday, it looks like he'd prefer to have her do it for him anyway. After we were done opening presents, Mom said it was time to go to church. I told her we couldn't go because we didn't have any clean clothes to wear. But that's when she pulled out 3 last gifts, happily announcing, "Santa got all 3 of you boys V-neck sweaters." I really like to spend Christmas in my pajamas, and the second you put on dress clothes, it feels like it's over. So I decided to put my clothes on over my pajamas and pick up where I left off once we got back home. But it was a mistake to wear flannel pajamas underneath corduroy pants and a V-neck sweater for a 2-hour service. I nearly died. After we got home from church, I went upstairs to change. I actually had puddles of sweat in my shoes, so I had to empty them out in the bathroom sink. When I got downstairs, the newspaper was on the kitchen table. And here's what was on the front page. The Daily Herald. Unidentified do-gooder clears the way. Unselfish act allows soup kitchen to open. The blizzard that crippled the town and shut down many basic services threatened to cancel the soup kitchen, which many less fortunate individuals rely on for a hot meal on Christmas. But an unidentified juvenile spent his Christmas Eve shoveling out the church sidewalk to make sure that didn't happen. See Mystery, Section A2. Well, the newspaper didn't exactly get the story right, but I'm not going to complain. In fact, that article inspired me to put out a new edition of the Neighborhood Tattler. And I'll bet we can sell a ton of copies. The Neighborhood Tattler. Masked Hero Revealed. The Tattler can exclusively report that the mysterious do-gooder who shoveled the church sidewalk on Christmas Eve is none other than our very own editor-in-chief, Greg Heffley. "I just wanted to do the right thing," said Heffley when asked why he decided. See Hero. Section A2.
The end.